A community coming together to march for peace in the city. The calls for accountability as Mayor Brandon Scott addresses the latest Canton shooting publicly for the first time. And that comes on top of yet another juvenile caught in the path of violence in the city. How leaders plan to address it to curb city crime.
Not too bad for your Monday morning. We're tracking some showers as we get into your brand new work week. We'll talk about it coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for waking up with us. It is Monday, May 8th. I'm Megan Gillen. Let's check right in with meteorologist Justin Chambers as we begin a new work week. See what's in store. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning to you, Megan. Good morning, everybody. Taking a look at our temperatures right now, not too bad as we make your way out early. Even some low patchy fog out there, some low clouds kind of hanging around as you look out over the inner harbor on your Monday. Mid to upper 50s, even 60 in Brooklyn Park right now in Woodlawn, 59 in Glen Burnie and Dundalk. So weather story looks like this: a mild Monday morning. We've got a warm afternoon ahead, but we are tracking some rain that's moving in by the time we head into your Tuesday. So overall, your morning drive, 50s and 60s this morning, staying with those mild numbers. Back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Out on the roads, pretty quiet. This is your Len Stoller Traffic Network. We've got a live look at our traffic map and the view from the Fort McHenry Tunnel, and everything is moving smooth early here this morning. In a city in crisis, violence continues to hit city streets. The latest happening just after 11 yesterday morning. A 15-year-old shot in northeast Baltimore along Argonne Drive. He is expected to be okay. This morning, a community is still mourning the loss of 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. The man shot and killed last Sunday at the T-Mobile store in Canton. An 18-year-old and a 14-year-old are now charged. Yesterday, Baltimore residents organized a peace walk through Canton with Mayor Brandon Scott in attendance. It's been almost a week since the family directly appealed to him for accountability, and now he addresses the ongoing juvenile violence in Baltimore.
We cannot continue to allow families like this family to be feeling the pain that they are feeling in this heart, to lose their son, their brother, people to lose their friend over nothing. We all have to be committed to being better. We all have to be committed to seeking out justice.
It's time for us, es tiempo para nosotros, to demand justice, demandar justicia, but also to be preventive, pero también prevenir. That means, Mom, you need to find out where your kid's at.
Well, coming up in our next hour, we're going to have live team coverage on the violence hitting city streets. Shannon Lilly will have more on yesterday's prayer walk, and Taylor Stewart will address how city leaders are planning to curb the violence. Elsewhere in a city in crisis, a well-known civil rights attorney, Ben Crump, is planning to file a lawsuit on behalf of sex abuse victims of priests from the Archdiocese of Baltimore. The lawsuit will advocate for other states to follow Maryland's lead in lifting the statute of limitations on childhood sex abuse and assault. A report from the Maryland Attorney General confirms 600 victims and more than 150 predator priests as part of a scandal dating back to the 1940s. Anne Arundel County leaders will hold another budget meeting today. This will be the first meeting since County Executive Stuart Pittman's weekly letter addressed the proposals included tax increase. Pittman had harsh words for that aspect of his proposal, but also says tackling many of the issues in his budget are morally the right thing to do. Pittman mentions hiring more police and firefighters and increasing pay. He also wants to do the same for teachers, as Anne Arundel County schools are short about 200 educators. This all comes as counties face mandated education spending increases due to the blueprint for education known as the Kirwan Plan. Harford County Executive Bob Castley says his budget meets requirements, but matching the school system's request could result in a $500 tax hike per household. Families and teachers protested funding cuts last week.
I urge you to send Mr. Castley and his team back to the drawing board to produce a budget that actually meets the needs of this county.
So we really had to take a very conservative and fiscally responsible approach.
Cassily's budget proposal was $19 million less than the system received last year, but he says the system has tens of millions of dollars in unspent funds from prior years. Well, the Kerwin calculations in each county have leaders scrambling to find the money. Howard County Executive Calvin Ball says anything worthwhile is often a challenge as his county prepares for the $22 million budget increase. There is no tax hike this year. In Carroll County, there is concern. At a recent state school board meeting, school leaders said even if there are tax increases, it won't be enough to cover funding long term. And it's a similar sentiment in Baltimore, where Mayor Brandon Scott called the requirements a gut punch. The Kerwin plan has a price tag of nearly $400 million in the city.
I don't agree with the mayor of Baltimore very often, but in this case, I certainly do. You know, I've got counties on the Eastern Shore that have said for the entire time since Kerwin has been passed that they cannot afford it. So there's going to be one or two things that happen. Either the formulas change for funding or we see some type of Kerwin light.
Republicans have long criticized the 10-year education spending plan as too expensive and without guaranteed improved outcomes for children. Democrats overrode former Governor Larry Hogan's veto of the bill, but now they may be open to tweaking the plan. Well, Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on school budgets around the state. You can see our complete coverage online right now at foxbaltimore.com. Still ahead on the early edition, the Orioles looking ahead this week after a rocky weekend, a recap of their loss in Atlanta. Plus, we are starting the week off with some warmer temperatures. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know if they stick around. It is 4:36 now on Fox 45 Early Edition.
.39 is your time right now. Our weather authority forecast. Statewide, our numbers kind of mild this morning. 50s and 60s is what we're waking up to early. Overall, you will maybe need a light jacket, maybe, but definitely the sunglasses for later today. No need for the umbrella, but that changes for tomorrow as some rain showers that we're tracking are moving in. So mild to even cool conditions here. Next couple of hours and you're out for your run or your jog. Temperature staying mainly in the lower 60s for your Monday morning. Back to you.
All right, Justin, thank you. Developing this morning, the League of Arab Nations voting to readmit Syria back into its fold during a closed meeting in Egypt. The move also calls for a resolution to Syria's civil war and the resulting refugee and drug smuggling crisis. The League kicked Syria out back in 2011 for its repression of pro-democracy protests. A State Department spokesperson saying that Syria does not deserve to be reinstated, but did note that the U.S. supports the League's goal of resolving the Syrian crisis. The top education official in Serbia submitting his resignation after 2 mass shootings last week left 17 people dead, one of which occurred at a primary school. The attacks sparking pushes for gun control in the country. The government is now giving residents a grace period until June 8th to turn in illegally owned weapons without consequences. But they also warned that those who ignore the order will face prosecution and possible jail time. Make sure you download Fox 45 News, the app, for breaking news, up-to-the-minute traffic conditions, school closings, weather, anytime. Just search WBFF in your app store. Still ahead on the early edition, honoring those who lost their lives in the line of duty. How the state is remembering the brave lives of fallen firefighters. But first, May is Mental Health Awareness Month, and officials want you to be informed. The new campaign being rolled out and how you can get involved. But first, here's what's ahead this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Jan Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, allegations of bribery shaping foreign policy have hit the Biden White House. Our Washington insider here to discuss the demand that the FBI release documents. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
You can watch the National Desk on our sister station, the CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. Time now 4:41. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Topping your health headlines, the VA wants to spread the word about an important new campaign called Today I Am. It encourages veterans to take care of their mental health. As Steve McCarran from our Sinclair sister station in Seattle explains, it is part of Mental Health Awareness Month.
Mental health issues can impact just about anyone, but sometimes they can have a much bigger impact on those who've served in the military. As part of this campaign, veterans use videos to share personal stories about their mental health journeys, how they became to realize they were struggling and how they got help, either clinically, reconnecting with other veterans, or reaching out to veteran service organizations. Experts say veterans can sometimes struggle with the transition back into society when they leave the military. But they might struggle for other reasons, too. Those include relationship changes, career changes, and even retirement.
Well, and it's particularly difficult, I think, in the military culture where they have learned not to talk about the struggles that they're going through, to put others before self. And so they may have gotten into this habit of feeling like it's not something that they can talk about.
Sometimes mental health issues can lead to thoughts of suicide. According to the U.S. Department of Defense, suicide rates for service members increased during the height of the pandemic. 519 service members died by suicide in 2021, 582 the year before. And in 2019, the number was just above 500. If you are struggling with thoughts of suicide or you're worried about a loved one, you can call 988 anytime, day or night. That 3-digit calling code will route callers to the National Suicide Prevention Lifeline. And for more information about the VA's Today I Am campaign, just head to our website, KELWNews.com, click on Hot Links. Steve McCarran, KELWN News.
All right, Steve, thank you. This morning, the Orioles are trying to shake off a not-so-great weekend in Atlanta. They started off strong with the series opener win and the 7th straight one at that. But then Game 2 and 3, the O's ended down by 1. To put that in perspective, they did take on the best team in the National League. Despite the back and forth, the Braves snapped the O's 7-series winning streak. Today's the O's are back at home as they take on the Tampa Bay Rays. First pitch will be at 6:35 tonight. All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the AL East standings here. On top is the 28-7 Rays. O's are 5.5 back now. Blue Jays 7. Red Sox 7.5. And then the Yankees at the bottom there, 10 games back. No team has a losing record. Pretty exciting. Well, the Kentucky Derby is now over, and we are counting down the days to this year's Preakness Stakes, and we are only 12 days away from that moment. Let's go ahead and take a look at how the 149th Kentucky Derby went down. It did not disappoint. You can check out the the race right here. Right there, Mage hitting the gas, turns on the burners, and then wins the first leg of the Triple Crown. Two Phils finished second, Angel of Empire third. Pretty incredible finish from Churchill Downs. Just a perfect race by Mage. Timing it out, was in the back, and just right at the right moment on that stretch, took away. Pretty incredible. 447, we're going to bring meteorologist Justin Chambers into this. Place any bets?
I did not, no.
For Preakness.
Looking forward to that, yeah.
I wonder if Mage is going to come to Preakness.
Hopefully.
The question was asked.
Well, it's interesting because I was seeing on Saturday morning that the favorite was out because of the workout or something like that and was done. So I was like, okay, see what happens. But interesting stuff. Let's take a look at our forecast here and see what's going on. Our Towson camera right now, we are seeing a little bit of some of that patchy fog out there at this time and had a few of those showers that rolled through last evening. But overall, really not seeing much in the way of any precipitation at this time. 58, your current temperature in Towson. Westerly wind about 6 to 10 miles an hour. Overall, not a bad start to your Monday. And you can see as you rise and shine with us next couple of hours, temperature staying in the lower 60s. That sun comes up just about 6 o'clock this morning and goes to bed after 8 o'clock as well. Those daylight hours continuing to get longer. Yep, this is Bromwell Seltzer Tower week. 2 days away from me being right up in there. So very excited about that. Looking at 66 by about 8 o'clock this morning. Numbers into the noon hour will be in the mid 70s. So it is going to be another warm afternoon and temperatures close to 80 in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour as we take you through the day today. And check out our average high this time of year, 73. So after being below average most of last week, now we're in the above average category. We're talking mid to upper 70s for Cockeysville and Bel Air out toward the eastern shore. 74 Stevensville, 75 in Annapolis, and close to 80 in Baltimore City. Up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those in mid to upper 70s, even 80s down in Richmond and Roanoke for this afternoon. Here's a look at our future scan. So we stay dry today. You'll see a few clouds building in later this afternoon. Our next weather maker, just a brief shot of some rain. This is early tomorrow morning, so right about 24 hours from right now is when we're going to see that rain that's going to roll through. Those showers are going to push out of here late on Tuesday morning. May see a few leftover showers Tuesday afternoon, but it will definitely be cooler. And then as we get into Wednesday and Thursday, we'll start to dry out and warm back up. So overall, Tuesday is really the only day that we're tracking rain until we get to this upcoming weekend. Speaking of the weekend, our holiday countdown, we're just 6 days out from Mother's Day. It's this upcoming Sunday. 3 weeks from today is Memorial Day. The summer solstice in just 44 days, and now we're inside of 60 days for Independence Day, about 8 weeks from tomorrow. All right, O's back in town this evening, and they were here for 10 days straight, so I can put an Orioles logo every single day, but I got to show some other stuff too. After 70s today, we drop to the 60s tomorrow. That's it, but then those numbers do come right back up as we head toward Mother's Day weekend, and our next chance for some showers coming in on Saturday afternoon. Should be dry for Mom on Sunday. Meg?
Looks pretty good, Justin. Thank you. We've got your Len Stoller traffic network now out on the roads. Pretty quiet. Look at that. Right at the JFX there at Northern Parkway, you can count the cars on the map. Mostly green there. Perfect time to get up and head out. Let's get a check on mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find 10 train 505 and 10 train 403 operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel for the start. Out there on Light Rail Link, no delays or issues. And Metro Subway Link on time on its regular schedule out there between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. 3 police officers are recovering after being shot in Cecil County. How it all started and the call for a burglary. The U.S. running out of time to fix the debt ceiling. Who will attend the critical meeting happening at the White House and why they're worried about a blame game? It is 4:51 and you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition. Making headlines this morning, the National Fallen Firefighters Memorial honors 6 Maryland firefighters. This year's tribute honors 79 firefighters who died in the line of duty across the country and 65 who died in previous years. Each firefighter's name was inscribed on a plaque, becoming part of the national memorial to remember their sacrifice. President Joe Biden recorded a message to the fallen and their families.
God made man, then he made a few firefighters. For most people, the overwhelming instinct is to run away from danger. But when that bell rings, you run toward it. And you and your families know there's a risk you might not come home. Today, we honor the absolute courage of firefighters across America who made that ultimate sacrifice.
Those honored at yesterday's ceremony include Baltimore Fire Lieutenants Paul Buttram and Kelsey Sadler, along with paramedic Kenny Lacayo. Each of their families were given a flag. Those 3 died battling a vacant home fire on Stricker Street in Baltimore last year. A program implemented after the Stricker Street fire may have saved lives Thursday in Baltimore. A vacant home went up in flames in North Baltimore, and thanks to the Code X-ray program, firefighters were able to safely respond. For months, local fire departments have been marking vacant homes with warning signs, letting first responders know if they are at high risk of collapsing. Fox 45 News' Maxine Stryker has done extensive reporting on that program. You can find her coverage at foxbaltimore.com. Elsewhere, making headlines, we're taking you live to New York City here this morning, where authorities arrested 13 protesters after they swarmed a Manhattan subway station this weekend. It was just one of the several protests taking place across New York City, where demonstrators are demanding justice for Jordan Neely, a homeless man who was choked to death last Monday. Authorities are investigating the incident as a homicide. However, prosecutors have not charged the man allegedly responsible for his death. Civil rights activist Reverend Al Sharpton is decrying the inaction as a dangerous precedent.
What you will do if you do not prosecute him, in my judgment, is you will set a standard of vigilantism that we cannot tolerate. The precedent alone is a threat to all of us.
Authorities have identified the man who put Neely in the chokehold as 24-year-old Daniel Penny. His lawyers releasing a statement Friday claiming that he acted in self-defense. Taking you live now to the White House this morning, where a high-stakes meeting on the debt ceiling is set for tomorrow. National correspondent Christine Frizzell breaks down who will be in attendance as time is running out to avoid default.
On the ability to no longer be able to pay America's bills, the timeline has dwindled from months to a matter of weeks, as soon as June 1st.
We have been using extraordinary measures for several months now, and our ability to do that is running out.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warning of permanently high borrowing costs for Americans wanting to buy a house or a car, not to mention a steep economic downturn. President Biden accusing Republicans of holding hardworking Americans hostage.
The idea that we wouldn't pay our debt is just bizarre. It's estimated that if we didn't pay the debt, we'd lose 750,000 jobs, we'd have a recession, it would be a disaster.
But 43 Republican senators signed this letter vowing to oppose any effort to raise the debt ceiling without spending reforms.
I think the House has, moved a plan forward, and Joe Biden's asleep at the wheel. All you see right now from Joe Biden or Chuck Schumer is naysaying, and they need to come to the table.
That table will be set for this Tuesday, with leaders from both parties expected to attend.
Maybe you'll see the grown-ups in the room do what needs to be done for our country and put politics aside.
Republicans expected to make the case. They've proposed a plan, and it's now up to Democrats to say which parts they'll agree to.
It's the spending from this administration, the trillions of dollars, that has ignited the inflationary firestorm that Americans are suffering from. Of course we need to right-size and return to reasonable levels of spending.
Top officials in both parties deeply concerned about the blame game if a default occurs. Both the economy and the 2024 election at stake.
There are no red lines other than the fact that we must address our fiscal house at a time where federal spending is up 40% from pre-COVID levels.
A new ABC News Washington Post poll showing Americans are split. 39% said they'd mainly blame Republicans in Congress. 36% would blame President Biden. I'm Christine Frizzell reporting.
Family and friends marching in honor of Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. Just ahead, what they say needs to change to prevent yet another death.
We're starting off with some patchy fog for your Monday morning, but temperatures are going to be back up as we head toward the afternoon, and more rain on the way as well. We'll break it all down for you coming up.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Good morning on this Monday, May 8th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and a great weekend. We had it all. We had the sun, the warmth, then we had some rain and some coolness.
We did, but this morning waking up much cooler, meteorologist Justin. Much warmer than what we have seen in mornings past, so that was nice.
That's exactly right, and some of that moisture, go ahead.
Yeah, it looks like you got some sun, too. Looks like you got a little tan going there.
I didn't know that. Oh, maybe I guess I was outside yesterday.
Nice. All right.
Forgot about that. All right, let's take a look outside and see what's going on. I didn't have my little shade. You know what? Remember the big shade you'd put there? They hold the thing out to reflect back the sun.
Reflecting, what it used
I don't
to be
even know
like
what these things were called.
Aluminum or tinfoil?
Yeah, aluminum. I didn't use that. Okay. All right, good morning to you. We are seeing some patchy fog out there from our Toyota Inner Harbor sky cam. So that's some of the leftover moisture from some of those showers that rolled in late yesterday afternoon into the evening time. Right now, our temperature is pretty mild. Look at these numbers. Mid to upper 50s, even some lower 60s for Woodlawn, 59 in Dundalk, 58 your temperature in Bel Air right now. Excuse me. So as you head out on your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Mild conditions will keep those mid to upper 50s going. On our way to highs back into the mid to upper 70s for this afternoon. We're back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network, and you see a little bit of red incidents there. Mainly that's because of construction, but everyone's moving along just fine.
This morning in a city in crisis, violence continues to hit city streets. The latest happening just after 11 yesterday morning. A 15-year-old was shot in Northeast Baltimore along Argonne Drive. He is expected to be okay.
This morning, we also have team coverage on a city in crisis in just a few minutes. Taylor Stewart will be joining us live with how city leaders are addressing the ongoing crime crisis when it comes to juveniles.
But first, we begin with Shannon Lilly on what the Baltimore community is calling for moving forward after 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez was shot and killed a week ago at that T-Mobile store in Canton. Shannon.
Well, they're calling for change, Patrice, because according to sources, Fabian's accused killer was already under supervision by the Department of Juvenile Services when this happened. And so the family says that the system not only failed them, it failed Fabian, and it will likely fail another family.
Criminals should not be in the streets. We don't know what's going to happen. If they were to be let out again, they could harm another family. We just don't know.
And this is Fabian's accused killer right here on your screen. He is 18-year-old Arthur McCaden, and his alleged accomplice, his 14-year-old brother. Investigators say the two teens are also responsible for a robbery in New Jersey just hours before robbing the T-Mobile. Yesterday, friends and family held a peace walk in honor of Fabian. And the mayor and Councilman Zeke Cohen were also there. Cohen calling for an overhaul on a system that he says has failed so many families.
It just is a true breakdown in systems to have them out there. And it is a conversation that needs to be with DJS, with parole and probation, with all of these agencies that need to truly hold folks accountable.
Meanwhile, McCaden is due back in court next month for a bail review. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Shannon, now Fox 45 News is sending questions to Baltimore's delegation in Annapolis asking, do you believe DJS or Department of Juvenile Services is doing enough to help rehabilitate young people who have gotten involved in a life of crime? And has the latest violent incident involving a young person changed your view of the juvenile crime trend and how young offenders should be handled? Well, and also we asked, was it a mistake for lawmakers not to implement tougher penalties for young people who have committed violent crimes during the last legislative session? We received a lengthy response from Delegate Marlon Ampry, who says that former Governor Larry Hogan failed to properly fund and staff state corrections. You can read Delegate Ampry's entire statement on our website. That's foxbaltimore.com.
We continue our team coverage this morning on the violence plaguing Baltimore.
And Taylor Stewart is joining us live with a closer look at violent crime numbers and why one faith leader says the city could reach a dangerous inflection point this summer if they don't get ahead of the gun violence right now. Taylor.
That's right. In just a few short weeks, school lets out for hundreds and thousands of teens here in the city. And we looked at the numbers and we found that those very teenagers, those very young people are most at risk of getting caught in the crossfire. Data from the mayor's accountability and safety dashboard shows that overall crime is down. But when you parse out those numbers and look solely at violent crime impacting people 20 years old or younger, a totally different picture. It shows shootings are up 15%, homicides up more than 30% among victims not even old enough to vote. Now, this comes despite an echo chamber of city leaders touting a decrease in crime, but attention's now shifting back towards those same city leaders for real solutions to combat the juvenile crime crisis. What can city leaders, city council, folks at the top tell folks to really ensure them that their safety is a priority?
I think when you think about communities and neighborhoods, one, we want to make certain that there are actually eyes on the street. Are the cameras working? Are security systems in place? I think we need to revitalize and re-energize and even monetize our citizens on patrol, actually block watchers.
Block watchers, as Reverend Al Hathaway puts it, will likely be key in helping enforce the mayor's upcoming juvenile curfew. That takes effect in a few short weeks on Memorial Day weekend. Now, he also talks about after-school programs and encompassing wraparound services, all of which are part of the mayor's summer initiative. We will keep you updated as we continue to follow the juvenile crime crisis here in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
One person has been arrested after reportedly shooting a Maryland State trooper and 2 Cecil County police officers late Saturday night. According to police, 5 officers responded to a burglary call just before midnight near Port Deposit. 3 went around the back of the house, and that is where 23-year-old Daniel Donnelly allegedly shot them. Donnelly then ran from the home but was arrested at a convenience store about 4 o'clock yesterday morning. 2 of the officers are still in the hospital. A 3rd was treated and released.
Anne Arundel County Police say someone was shot along Bunch Street in Annapolis just before 11:30 yesterday morning. One man was hospitalized. No suspects have been located, but anyone with information is asked to contact Anne Arundel County Police.
Today, Anne Arundel County leaders join to discuss their budget. Topping our next half hour, we're going to preview today's meeting and discuss what County Executive Stuart Pittman is saying about the proposed tax increase.
And developing now, a migrant emergency along our southern border. Ahead from our live center, the protections coming to an end as the Biden administration's plan comes under fire.
As you step out in the next couple of hours, could see some patchy fog, so just be aware of that, especially before the sun comes up here. We're tracking warmer numbers today and rain as well a little bit later this week. We'll talk about it coming up.
5:10 right now. Republican lawmakers are scrambling to gain support for a sweeping border protection package, and several border towns are under renewed emergency declarations with thousands of immigrants flooding their streets.
Megan Gillen is at our live center this morning following the already worsening crisis ahead of Thursday's expiration of Title 42. Megan.
A lot going on as the clock ticks down here. Taking you live to Capitol Hill here, guys, where leaders from both sides of the aisle raising concerns ahead of that pandemic-era policy expiring and potentially sparking an historic migrant surge. Want to take a look at these new images here showing 100 to 150 foreign nationals found on a train near the Texas-Mexico border. Officials with the Kinney County Sheriff's Office saying that it is unknown how many migrants got away, but they estimate anywhere from 50 to 100. Border towns now declaring states of emergency as they become completely overrun with illegal migrants. The Department of Public Safety reporting over 9,000 per day. That shatters the previous day high record that was recorded back in December, and it was 7,200. An alarming problem, meantime, echoed by U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who went to the border on Friday, calling the circumstances at the border, quote, extremely challenging. The fear of a migrant surge now prompting the government to send 1,500 troops to the border. But according to the Pentagon, they will not be involved in law enforcement activity.
President Trump sent soldiers to the border to secure the border. President Biden is sending 1,500, quote, soldiers to do paperwork. And that's not going to secure the border.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott there, one of the nation's fiercest critics of the president's approach to the border crisis. He's expected to hold a news conference about law enforcement being deployed to the southern border later today. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. A big player is joining the case against the Baltimore Archdiocese. Still ahead this morning, the changes in state law that led to attorney Ben Crump preparing his own lawsuit.
New technology could protect your kids in the classroom. The new software that is sparking debate. 5:12, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
5:15 and making your headlines this Monday morning. A weekend full of violence hits the U.S. from coast to coast.
Starting in Ohio, 2 people are dead and several others injured in 3 separate shootings over the weekend. They all happened within hours of each other in Columbus on Saturday. It is unclear if they are related.
1 teenager is dead, 5 others injured in California after a gunman opens fire at a house party.
Then in Miami, shots fired in a club kill 1 person and injures 2 others early Sunday morning. That motive still unknown. No arrests have been made at this time.
Then at an outlet mall in Allen, Texas, 8 people are dead, 7 others wounded, with 3 now in critical condition. The gunman is dead and has been identified. To date, the U.S. has seen 202 mass shootings.
Now, when it comes to school shootings, districts nationwide are turning to artificial intelligence to prevent them.
Yeah, Florida, Michigan, Maryland schools, too, installing AI-powered software into their security cameras. But the safety of the software has sparked some debate. 2 of the leading software companies being used, Zero Eyes and OmniAlert, both claiming that their technology can detect guns within seconds.
We are a very inexpensive solution compared to the other solutions out there. Far less expensive than bulletproof glass, far less expensive than metal detectors.
But one of the good things about this approach is it tends to be non-invasive from a technology standpoint.
Well, critics have questioned using artificial intelligence in schools. Concerns have mainly centered, though, around using the software for academic purposes, such as when completing assignments.
Now, 8 people are dead, 10 others injured in a Texas border town after a driver just plows through a crowded bus stop. Happened across from a migrant shelter, and police say the attack was targeted. It's unclear how many of the victims were migrants, but the driver has been arrested and is currently in the hospital under a 24-hour watch.
Governor Wes Moore is pushing to extend temporary protected status for the thousands of Salvadorans and Hondurans living in our state. More than 100 members of Congress are making that same demand. They argue it's not safe to return to those countries right now because of environmental damage and human rights violations.
5:17 now on this Monday morning, and we need to find out if the weekend weather will continue.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, and it seems like it's going to be warm, but rainy?
Tomorrow.
Okay.
Tomorrow we'll have some showers rolling through. So good weekend.
Today?
A great weekend.
Saturday, amazing.
Yeah,
driving downtown.
memory ball.
Woo! Just driving down there. I mean, it was just incredible. Everybody's out. They're having a good time.
Don't be humble. You guys broke records.
And you did some dancing.
I did some dancing. That was later on in the night. But yeah, some costume changes. I don't know. I would put dancing in quotations. There were professional dancers and other dancers there that were amazing. I was kind of like the comic.
All I know is it was like, what, millions of dollars raised, and I think it was to get Tom to stop dancing. That's probably what it was.
That's probably
anything to get him off the floor, just whatever works out. So our downtown Baltimore camera, good morning to all of you. I hope you had a great weekend, our first one of May. And yeah, we had some showers that kind of rolled through late yesterday afternoon into the evening time. What's left over? Some cloud cover that's out there, and even some patchy fog as well. When you pop up the numbers, 59 degrees is your air temperature. Notice the dew point temperature at 58 degrees. So I always talk about when those numbers are close, that's when we see that humidity at 96%. That's the temperature that the air needs to get saturated, which is what we're seeing right now. Even saw a few light showers down towards Frederick and areas just to the south of Baltimore, maybe picking up a light shower. A lot of this is just kind of that moisture that's in the atmosphere kind of left over. That area of low pressure moving off toward the east as we speak, and more showers and storms are developing in the Central Plains and down through the Mid-South as well. So we're going to stay warm today, but then as we head toward tomorrow, we're definitely changing things up where we'll need the umbrellas and cooler temperatures as well. Kids heading out to the bus stop this morning, beep, beep, getting ready to go here. We're talking about upper 50s, maybe a light jacket, but we'll not need any of that this afternoon. We're talking about warm conditions, mid to upper 70s, even some lower 80s, so you can peel back those layers on the kids when you get them later today. Here's a look at some of your high temps across Carroll and Baltimore counties. The mid to upper 70s is what we're talking about for your temperatures. Numbers in Howard and Anne Arundel counties also in those mid to upper 70s for Ellicott City and Elk Ridge down through Odenton, Glen Burnie, Pasadena through Severna Park, keeping those 70s around. This is what I was talking about with that temperature tracker. Look at that dip tomorrow. So almost 80 today, and then we're going to drop down below average into the 60s tomorrow with the cloud cover and the rain. But then it's quickly rebounding. We're back to the 70s into Wednesday and Thursday, and 80s are coming back in by the time we head closer to the weekend. So here's our future scan. Staying dry today. You'll you'll see a few clouds here and there. The rain doesn't come in until late tonight and early tomorrow morning. So this is going to be your Tuesday morning commute. You'll have to deal with some of those wet roads. Rain pretty much moves out of here by the late morning, and we'll have off and on kind of leftover showers back behind that as we get into Tuesday afternoon. Maybe a few leftover into Tuesday night as well. But then Wednesday and Thursday, that ridge of high pressure is going to slide back in, continue to dry us out and warm us up nicely as we head toward the end of the week. So you can see in your 7-day forecast, O's back in town this evening and for the next 10 days for that matter. So should be some great weather for the game tonight. Temperatures, though, as I mentioned, are going to stay in that above average category as we head toward the weekend. And we stay mainly dry. We'll see a few showers Saturday, possibly a shower or two for Mom on Mother's Day this Sunday. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Now let's take a look at our Lens Solar Traffic Network. And taking a great shot right near Broning Highway, 695, as you see some of the sun just lighting up the sky orange, maybe in effect for the O's. You see some red highlighted incidents there. Those are utility problems on the map to your left there. They are not slowing traffic down. There's one incident right on the inside of the loop when you're going westbound on 70, but that is not causing any delays. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone out there on the MARC train system. We've got Camden train 841 operating with a 5 to 10 minute delay, and Penn train 505 presently running 5 minutes late. A lot of time for travel in those instances. Light rail link right on time for the start, and if your ride is on Metro Subway Link, it's back up to full schedule, back to end-to-end without any issues between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Great news for the Metro. Thank you, Mark.
Another battle over the budget, this time in Anne Arundel County. The words from the county executive ahead of another big meeting.
And another big name, a nationally recognized attorney joining in the suit against the Archdiocese of Baltimore. We'll tell you who as the ongoing legal saga continues. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
524 and trending now, King Charles III and his wife, Queen Camilla, well, they are formally beginning their reign.
God save the king! God save the king!
While King Charles officially became king following the death of his mother last year, the weekend's coronation consecrated the ascent to the throne. Lavish ceremony, which lasted just over 2 hours, is steeped in centuries of religious traditions. Charles is not just the head of the United Kingdom and the 14 other countries, but also the supreme governor of the Church of England.
No American president has ever attended a coronation of a British monarch, a tradition carried on by President Joe Biden this weekend. He did, however, send his regards over Twitter, congratulating the newly crowned king and queen and calling the friendship between the U.S. and U.K. a source of strength. First Lady Jill Biden attended the ceremony in place of her husband, marking the first time a U.S. First Lady was present for a British coronation. She was joined by her granddaughter, Finnegan Biden.
Also trending now, 3 dresses from Princess Diana's iconic wardrobe will be auctioned off this summer. Julian's Auction and Turner Classic Movies, they're hosting a Hollywood Legends auction from August 26th to the 27th. The late princess was one of the most photographed people in the world. Her fashion style caught the eye of many, too. And 2 of the dresses being sold were created by Catherine Walker. It's a favorite designer of the princess. Altogether, 3 dresses expected to be auctioned off for $500,000 up to $1 million.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
It's that time of year where we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now through May 12th. Grab your phone to scan the QR code on your screen for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia Contest. Get the question right, and you could win the $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Again, just scan the QR code to get the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day. Good luck.
We're starting off the week strong with warmer temperatures.
Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know how the next weather maker will impact these spring temperatures.
Anne Arundel leaders holding another budget meeting today. Just ahead, why the county executive says it's necessary to raise your taxes. You're watching Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 5:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we have meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at our work week ahead in the forecast.
Yeah, and we're going to be even warmer as we head toward the afternoon today, guys, but we are tracking some rain over the next couple of days. As we take a look outside right now, we're seeing a few of those clouds hanging around and even some patchy fog as well. So especially before the sun comes up, make sure to watch for that reduced visibility as you're heading out the door. Upper 50s and even some lower 60s statewide, so a very mild start to your Monday morning. And your morning drive going to keep those numbers going in the 50s here, even to the 60s by 8 a.m. and then sliding into the 70s by 10 o'clock. So a nice rapid warm up. Almost 80 today. Notice how much cooler we are tomorrow, only in the mid 60s with those showers, especially on Tuesday morning, but then right back into the 70s on Wednesday. We'll have another look at that full forecast for you. We'll take you hour by hour and let you know exactly what we can expect today and heading toward the weekend.
5:31, Anne Arundel County leaders will be holding another budget meeting today. It's the first meeting since County Executive Stuart Pittman's weekly letter addressed the proposals, including tax increases.
Shannon Lilly is joining us live with a preview of today's meeting and what Pittman is saying about that proposed tax increase. Shannon?
Well, in short, Patrice and Tom, he is saying that he wishes that he didn't have to propose this tax increase, but he says it's necessary. And if you look right here on your screen, you can see his exact choice of words there. But then he goes on to say that this budget helps him tackle the issues that are morally the right thing to do, like hiring more police and firefighters and increasing their pay. And that is the same thing that he wants to do for teachers, as Anne Arundel County schools are short about 200 educators. And that is something that we spoke with the county executive about back in February. Take a listen.
We have a real shortage of personnel everywhere. Everybody does. We're almost 200 teachers short vacancies of existing positions. We're also looking at budget issues. They've got a huge request for additional money from the county to pay teachers more so that they can hire and retain.
And right here on your screen, these are the details for today's meeting. It starts at 11 this morning. It's going to happen at the Arundel Center, and that is on 44 Calvert Street. It's in Annapolis. So, of course, we'll continue to follow this, and we will be monitoring that meeting. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
You, Shannon. Tomorrow, right here on Fox 45 Morning News, we'll be speaking live with the Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman for the latest on his budget. This all comes as counties face mandated education spending increases due to the blueprint for education known as the Kerwin Plan.
Harford County Executive Bob Castley says his budget meets requirements, but matching the school system's requests could result in a $500 tax hike per household. Families and teachers protested those funding cuts last week.
I urge you to send Mr. Castley and his team back to the drawing board to produce a budget that actually meets the needs of this county.
So we really had to take a very conservative and fiscally responsible approach.
Well, Castley's budget proposal is $19 million less than the system received last year, but he says the system has tens of millions of dollars in unspent funds from prior years.
Now, the Kerwin calculations in each county have leaders scrambling to find money.
Howard County Executive Calvin Ball says anything worthwhile is often a challenge as his county prepares for a $22 million budget increase. There is no tax hike this year. In Carroll County, there is some concern. At a recent state school board meeting, school leaders said even if there are tax increases, it won't be enough to cover funding long term.
Now, it's a similar sentiment in Baltimore, where Mayor Brandon Scott called the requirements a gut punch. The Kerwin plan has a price tag of nearly $400 million in the city.
I don't agree with the mayor of Baltimore very often, but in this case, I certainly do. You know, I've got counties on the Eastern Shore that have said for the entire time since Kerwin has been passed that they cannot afford it. So there's going to be one or two things that happen. Either the formulas change for funding or we see some type of Kerwin light.
Well, Republicans have long criticized the 10-year education spending plan as too expensive and without guaranteed improved outcomes for children. Democrats overrode former Governor Larry Hogan's veto of the bill, but now they may be open to tweaking the plan.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on school budgets around the state. You can see our complete coverage online right now at foxbaltimore.com.
I'm feeling very, very sad because who in hell would want to be excited about this horrible stuff that's going to be in these papers?
Weeks after the Maryland Attorney General's office released a scathing, nearly 500-page report on years of sex abuse and cover-ups within the church, a nationally recognized civil rights attorney joins the fight.
Ben Crump is planning to file suit against the Archdiocese of Baltimore. Taylor Stewart joins us live with what is next in this ongoing legal saga. Taylor.
I mean, that's right, you guys. 5 years ago, the Attorney General's office launched this investigation. Today, we're learning that nationally recognized civil rights attorney Ben Crump is joining in on a suit on behalf of those survivors who endured years of abuse and cover-ups at the hands of the Archdiocese. Now, it details this report over 600 child victims, 156 abusers, and FOX45 has spoken to some of these victims, and they'll tell you there are so many more who never shared their stories just because they didn't think there would be any vindication in court. Well, just last month, Governor Wes Moore signed a bill into law that changed the statute of limitations for civil suits, clearing the way for this lawsuit. A.G. Brown saying this when initially releasing the findings of the grand jury investigation.
It's also a history of repeated cover-up of that abuse by the Catholic Church hierarchy. We hope that exposing the Archdiocese's transgressions to the fullest extent possible will bring some measure of accountability and perhaps encourage others to come forward.
Well, Crump and renowned attorney Adam P. Slater, a name you may not be familiar with, well, you'll hear those names a lot, likely, as the pair prepares for their discovery in the case that the AG's office says is soared with abuse of power, and according to them, only possible because of the complicity of those charged in leading the church, who focused on protecting not the victims or stopping the abuse, but rather ensuring that all the abuse be kept hidden and quiet. And we're going to let you know when that first motion is filed in court. This is new information, so we'll keep you updated as this legal saga continues. Back to you.
Well, the community comes together to march for peace in the city. The calls for accountability as Mayor Brandon Scott addresses the latest Canton shooting publicly for the first time.
Ukraine says Russia just launched an airstrike in several of its regions, what some are now hoping could bring an end to this war.
We are starting off in the 50s this morning. Just ahead, what we can expect for the rest of the work week. 5:37, you're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
.40 is your time right now on our Weather Authority forecast. This is what it looks like outside right now. We're just 20 minutes away from the sun coming up. You can see a lot of that cloud cover out there, even some patchy fog as you make your way out to school or work here this morning. So maybe a light jacket, but sunglasses for sure later today, and no need for the umbrella. That's going to change tomorrow as some rain is going to roll in. But good morning for your run or your jog outdoors with temperatures in the mid to upper 50s over the next few hours. Back with your full forecast, we'll talk about what we can expect later this work week as well as Mother's Day weekend ahead.
Well, just into our newsroom, Ukraine now reporting Russia launched an airstrike on the city of Odessa and several other regions.
Megan Gillen at our live center with what we know right now. Megan.
A lot coming in, guys. We're seeing
5:54, turning now to the crisis at the border. We're taking you live to Arizona this morning, where State Senator Kyrsten Sinema is voicing concerns about the end of Title 42.
She says the White House is not prepared for the anticipated surge in migrants.
The Biden administration had 2 years to prepare for this and did not do so. And our state is going to bear the brunt. And migrants will be in crisis as soon as next week. It will be a humanitarian crisis because we are not prepared.
She went on to criticize the Department of Homeland Security for failing to inform her on key information such as the number of anticipated migrants, processing time, and available resources. But while speaking on CBS Face the Nation, Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas pushed back against those claims.
Tried to end Title 42 repeatedly, and we're stopped from doing so by the courts. So we are prepared, number one. Number two, we have a Migration Information Center that is specifically set up to communicate with state and local officials, and we have been doing so.
The pandemic restrictions is set to expire Thursday, May 11th, and when that happens, the government will resume processing migrants under Title 8. Which carries some less strict consequences for those caught crossing illegally.
Governor Wes Moore is pushing to extend temporary protected status for the thousands of Salvadorans and Hondurans living in our state. More than 100 members of Congress are making that same demand. They argue it is not safe to return to those countries right now because of environmental damage and human rights violations.
5:56 and making your headlines this Monday morning. We're taking you live to New York City, where police have arrested 13 protesters after they swarmed a Manhattan subway station. It's just one of several protests taking place across New York City, where demonstrators demanding justice for Jordan Neely. It's a homeless man who was choked to death last Monday after making death threats to multiple people on a subway. Authorities are investigating the incident as a homicide. However, prosecutors have not charged the man allegedly responsible with his death. Civil rights activist Reverend Al Sharpton decrying the inaction as a dangerous precedent.
What you will do if you do not prosecute him, in my judgment, is you will set a standard of vigilantism that we cannot tolerate. The precedent alone is a threat to all of us.
Authorities have identified the man who put Neely in a chokehold. He's one of the 4 people that tried restraining him. He's 24-year-old Daniel Penny, and his lawyers released a statement Friday claiming that he acted in self-defense.
Former President Donald Trump will not testify in the battery and defamation trial brought on by writer E. Jean Carroll. She says Trump raped her at a Manhattan department store in the mid-90s and then defamed her over the accusations. The judge presiding over this civil case will hear closing arguments today. Trump's defense has largely focused on why she did not file a report at the time of the alleged attack.
California's Reparations Task Force approving proposals on how the state can compensate black residents for discriminatory policies. The recommendation is now ahead to the state legislature for consideration. It breaks down the payments by types of discrimination, such as redlining and over-policing. In an analysis from the New York Times, 71-year-old who has lived in California their entire life could receive up to $1.2 million. The panel is also calling on the state to issue a formal apology in addition to those payments.
Developing this morning, the League of Arab Nations votes to readmit Syria back into its fold during a closed meeting in Egypt. The move also calls for a resolution to Syria's civil war and the resulting refugee and drug smuggling crisis. The League kicked Syria out in 2011 for its repression of pro-democracy protests. A State Department spokesperson says Syria does not deserve to be reinstated, but did note the U.S. supports the League's goal of resolving the Syrian crisis.
Family and friends marching in honor of Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. Just ahead, what they say needs to change to prevent yet another death.
Our temperatures right now, not too bad. We're talking about numbers that will be warmer for this afternoon and rain that's also on the way this week. We'll break it all down for you.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, May 8th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we have meteorologist Justin Chambers giving us a look at the forecast. We've got O's game today against the Rays.
That's right.
It's going to be a huge, league matchup.
Yeah, they got a tough week ahead.
Yeah.
Basically, Rays and the Pirates have been two really good teams, and then they're going to be here for 10 games in a row. So that is nice to see the O's back home. And didn't win the series, but it's all good. I mean, they took the Braves to 12 last night, and that was definitely nicer yesterday afternoon. Here's a look right now. Nice little Oriole orange sunrise. There's that sun coming up over the eastern shore right now, and some patchy fog that we're dealing with at this time for some of you. Right now, our temperatures mainly in the mid to upper 50s and even some lower 60s already this hour. So looking at our weather story for the day, the patchy fog early, but warmer afternoon for the day today. And then we are tracking rain as we head into tomorrow. So Mr. Bo says we are good to go on your morning drive. Maybe even the windows down this morning, and just a light jacket is all you're going to need. Those temperatures upper 50s and lower 60s for the next few hours. Back to you.
Looking at our Linserler traffic network now at this 6 o'clock hour, light volume on the road. Everybody up to speed at this hour.
There shouldn't be any reason why young kids are out here having guns and doing what they are.
It's like they're getting younger and younger doing these crimes.
Turning now to a city in crisis. Baltimore residents are fed up with the ongoing crime crisis, and they're calling on leaders for change.
Just yesterday, the family of 23-year-old T-Mobile worker taking part in a peace walk demanding accountability.
It comes as some critics argue that lawmakers did not do enough during the legislative session to address the crime crisis, especially when it does come to the juveniles.
And we have team coverage for you this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us live with the concerns from residents surrounding the juvenile crime crisis and what can be done to stop it.
But we begin with Shannon Lilly. She joins us live from Canton with the calls from the community following that peace walk. Shannon.
Yeah, they are calling for change, Patrice, because according to sources, Fabian's accused killer was already under the supervision of the Department of Juvenile Services when this happened. And so the family says that not only did the system fail them, it failed Fabian, and it will likely fail another family.
Criminals should not be in the streets. We don't know what's going to happen. If they were to be let out again, they could harm another family. We just don't know.
And that was Fabian's brother you just heard from. This right here on your screen is his accused killer. He's 18-year-old Arthur McGaden, and his alleged accomplice, his 14-year-old brother. Investigators say the two teens also committed a robbery in New Jersey just hours before robbing this T-Mobile. Then yesterday, friends and family held that peace walk in honor of Fabian. The mayor and Councilman Zeke Cohen were there. We spoke with Councilman Cohen. He's calling for an overhaul on a system he says has failed so many people.
It just is a true breakdown in systems to have them out there, and it is a conversation that needs to be with DJS, with parole and probation, with all of these agencies that need to truly hold folks accountable.
Meanwhile, McGaden is due back in court for a bail review. That is happening next month. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Fox 45 News has sent questions to Baltimore's delegation in Annapolis asking, do you believe the Department of Juvenile Services is doing enough to help rehabilitate young people who have gotten involved in crime? Has this latest violent incident involving a young person changed your view of the juvenile crime trend and how young offenders should be handled? And was it a mistake for lawmakers not to implement tougher penalties for young people who have committed violent crimes during this last legislative session?
We received a lengthy response from Delegate Marlon Ampry, who says that former Governor Larry Hogan failed to properly fund and staff the state correction system. You can read the delegate's entire statement right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Now, we continue our team coverage this morning on the violence plaguing Baltimore. We've got Taylor Stewart joining us live with a closer look at violent crime numbers and why one faith leader says the city could reach a dangerous point this summer if they don't get it under control. Taylor.
Yeah, that is right. So in just a few short weeks, school is out. That means young people will be out and about. They'll have free time. But we looked at violent crime numbers and found those very young people, teenagers, are the ones who are most likely to be impacted by gun violence here in Baltimore. A look at the mayor's neighborhood safety and accountability dashboard shows that year over year, crime is down. But when you parse those numbers out and look solely at folks 20 years old or younger, it's a completely different picture. You can see that shootings are up 15% in that group, 30% when it comes to homicides. And we're talking about folks who are not even old enough to vote. As city leaders continue to tout success in decreasing crime in Baltimore, faith leaders say they really need to look closely at the juvenile impact and create a solution now. What can city leaders, city council, folks at the top tell folks to really ensure them that their safety is a priority?
I think when you think about communities and neighborhoods, one, we want to make certain that there are actually eyes on the street. Are the cameras working? Are security systems in place? Once, I think we need to revitalize and re-energize and even monetize our citizens on patrol, actually block watchers.
Now, block watchers, as Reverend Al Hathaway puts it, will likely be key in helping enforce the mayor's upcoming curfew for juveniles. That takes effect on Memorial Day weekend. The mayor also has some wraparound services and programming this summer, all of it aspects of his summer initiative to combat crime here. We'll see how it all plays out in the next few weeks. For now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Right now, Republican lawmakers are scrambling to gain support for a sweeping border protection package, and several border towns are under renewed emergency declarations, with thousands of migrants flooding their streets.
Megan Gillen is at our live center right now following an already worsening crisis ahead of Thursday's expiration of Title 42. Megan?
Yeah, the clock ticking on that, Tom. Taking you live to Capitol Hill here this morning, where leaders on both sides of the aisle, guys, raising concerns ahead of that pandemic-era policy expiring Thursday and potentially sparking an historic migrant surge. Take a look at these new images here. We've got some images showing 100 to 150 foreign nationals found on a train near the Texas-Mexico border. Officials with the Kinney County Sheriff's Office saying it's unknown how many migrants got away, but they estimate anywhere from 50 to 100 possibly. Border towns now declaring states of emergency as they become just completely overrun with illegal migrants. The Department of Public Safety reporting over 9,000 per day. That shatters the previous day high recorded back in December of 7,200. An alarming problem echoed by U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who went to the border on Friday, calling the circumstances there, quote, extremely challenging. The fear of a migrant surge now prompting the government to send 1,500 troops to the border. But according to the Pentagon, they will not be involved in law enforcement activities.
President Trump sent soldiers to the border to secure the border. President Biden is sending 1,500, quote, soldiers to do paperwork. And that's not going to secure the border.
Texas Governor Greg Abbott there, one of the nation's fiercest critics of the president's approach to the border crisis. You hear him actually saying it's an empty gesture. He's going to hold a news conference about law enforcement deployed to the southern border later today. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center.
These people are among us, and we need to protect other people from being harmed.
Still ahead in our next half hour, a well-known civil rights attorney is expected to join the fight surrounding the sexual abuse within the Archdiocese of Baltimore, the lawsuit aimed at lifting the statute of limitations.
A budget hearing today in Anne Arundel County, the importance it holds following a suggested tax increase.
Our temperatures are mild this morning. We're tracking warmer numbers today. Also some rain this week. We'll talk about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. 6:11 is your time right now as we start your Monday. Hopefully you had a great weekend. Getting back to it here this morning as we take a look outside right now. Sun is now officially up. We had some patchy fog in some spots earlier. Still may see some of that as you're heading out over the next hour or so. But overall, the next 12 hours, numbers steadily rising. We'll see those temps in the mid to upper 60s, even 70s as we get to the middle of the day, and upper 70s at that. In fact, close to 80 for our afternoon high, definitely in the above average category. Back with your full forecast, we'll talk about when that rain could impact you and how long the rain's going to stick around as well.
6:11 now. Trending this morning, spring is in full bloom, and Baltimore County residents are coming together to enjoy the 54th Towson Town Spring Festival.
Yeah, the weekend event stretches across Chesapeake, Pennsylvania, Washington, and Baltimore avenues, and there was plenty of activities for attendees to engage in, including live music, gourmet food trucks, and a whole lot more than 300 vendors. There was some face painting, roller coaster rides, and a lot more. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski, he was among those in attendance, tweeting these pictures out Saturday.
Well, still ahead this morning, a grim warning as the time is running out for leaders to come to an agreement on the debt limit. Why some are arguing we could see an economic turndown.
Plus, teens, you need to listen up. You could get shredded this summer for free. The deal being offered by Planet Fitness. 6:12 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .15 and topping your consumer news this Monday morning, Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen paints a grim picture of what would happen if Congress does not raise the debt ceiling by early June.
If Congress doesn't act, we're likely to see financial market consequences. There would be permanently higher borrowing costs for Americans for buying a home, buying a car, and a failure to raise the debt ceiling would cause a steep economic downturn.
Her comments come as President Biden prepares to meet with Republican and Democratic lawmakers at the White House Tuesday to discuss the issue. The president has repeatedly asked Congress to raise the spending limit with no conditions. Well, last month, the Republican-led House of Representatives passed a bill that would raise the government's $31 trillion debt ceiling by $1.5 trillion. But it also included sweeping spending cuts that Biden and other Democrats oppose. Ticketmaster's parent company, Live Nation, brings in major revenue despite backlash over its ticket handling. Now, in the first 3 months of this year, Live Nation brought in $3.1 billion in revenue. That's 73% increase compared to last year. And the company says that thanks to the 19 million people who attended their global events, they were able to make that number. Tours by artists like Drake, Beyonce, and Taylor Swift contributing to the revenue growth. But problems also came up when millions of fans couldn't get their hands on Taylor Swift tickets because of Ticketmaster's system crashing. Buying products containing one of your favorite garden vegetables could become more expensive. A report says that tomato-based products such as canned tomatoes, sauces, and ketchup may face some shortages. Farmers in California say they are not optimistic about tomato crops this year because of excessive rainfall and flooding in some areas that delayed planting. California has experienced record-setting rains and snow this winter. The report adds the shortening growing season could lead to consumers paying more at the grocery store for any tomato-based product.
Planet Fitness is providing a way for teens to fill up their summer days with a free gym membership. It's part of the Fitness Center's High School Summer Pass program. Starting May 15th, teens aged 14 to 19 can go to a Planet Fitness location near them for free after they sign up. The program's start comes during Mental Health Awareness Month. The company says they want teenagers to put an importance on their mental and physical well-being. 10 teens taking part in the program could win $1,000 scholarships or thousands in scholarships. To join the contest, they have to post a TikTok about their experience in the program.
This Fox 45 news segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
Oh, it's that time of year where we are celebrating Mom, and you can win extra spending money every day now until Friday, May 12th. Grab your phone, scan this QR code for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia contest. Get the question right. You can win $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Scan that QR code to get the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day, and good luck.
I'm excited for that, and Mother's Day coming up. I'm still in shock over what you were saying about the Ticketmaster story.
Yes.
They made how much billion? $3.1 billion in 3 months, the first quarter.
Yeah.
My gosh.
People are going back to the concerts, and they're going back like crazy. So when they compare with 73% over last year, you're going, okay, well, we were still coming out of COVID, so a lot of people.
But
so
still,
that's not a good
the
comparison.
fact that
they
can be your revenue,
yes.
because you're charging all these crazy fees, which is ridiculous. But I was stunned when you said that.
Yeah. Are you going to any concerts coming up here?
And I have concerts coming. I've been to 2 already this year, so I'm contributing to that.
You're helping them.
And have another one coming. I'm done. I'm going to play the radio.
No concerts for me. At least not now. I don't know. I mean, we may do GNR up in Hershey Park.
Yeah.
In August. Yeah. Guns N' Roses. We talked about possibly doing that, but I don't know. Sweet November Rain, Sweet Child of Mine, all that good stuff. Either way, good morning to all of you. Happy Monday as we are back at it here. Beautiful shot from the top of the Transamerica building. You can actually see some of those clouds out there. And we did have some patchy fog, and we're still potentially seeing some of those lower lying areas and some of the valleys. That's where some of the foggy conditions are. But as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep numbers in the upper 50s here next hour, mid 70s through noon, and close to 80 in that 2 to 3 o'clock hour. Definitely warm. So those kids will be shedding those layers like snakes or peeling back the layers like an onion later today. Golfers, not a bad day to get out there and play some golf. We're talking about mid-60s through 9 a.m., 70s by noon, and into the upper 70s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Got to play Woodlands yesterday for the first time, and it was in great shape, let me tell you. So mid to upper 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs this afternoon. Numbers up and down the 95 corridor, staying in those upper 70s down to D.C. and even mid-80s down through Roanoke and Richmond. That's where the warmer temperatures are. Pollen counts, grass is in that high category now. Trees are still moderate, not necessarily seen weeds or mold, but we are back to your O's cast. That actually hurts a little bit with the swings from yesterday. But either way, the Rays are in town for the next 3 days. We're talking about that first pitch temperature at 76 degrees. Great evening for baseball at Camden Yards. O's got a tough stretch, but they're still one of the best teams in baseball. So we'll see how it plays out against that elevated competition starting tonight. 64 tomorrow. It's definitely going to be cooler, and we're tracking some rain showers as well tomorrow. But then we dry out and warm back up toward the end of the week, and another round of some rain as we head into Mother's Day weekend by Saturday.
All right, it was a beautiful weekend. Look at that. Many of you were outside enjoying the weather. Pamela shared these pictures with us saying she loves her orange azaleas. Those are really nice. Whether you're taking a walk through the park, hanging out at the Inner Harbor, maybe heading to Camden Yards for an Orioles game, we want to see how you are enjoying spring. Scan the QR code on your screen, and that will take you to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in, where you can upload your pictures and videos. It's powered by Stackla.
Well, let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and taking a look at our traffic map. And look at this. Believe it or not, we are in the green following all that rain, maybe, right? We're staying with the green and the flowers here. In fact, the only issues that you see in red there that are popping up are nothing to do with traffic issues, but there is a 2-alarm fire on Frederick Avenue. So there's some go-arounds there that will send you about a block away from your normal commute as the firefighters are cleaning up the scene there. Now we want to get a check of your mass transit and if the subway is back open this morning. We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Tom. Yes, the good news is Metro Subway Link has returned to full service from end to end between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station, and at present it's operating on time for the commute start. Out there on Light Rail Link, though, you'll find a 20-minute delay in both directions, so that service allowed time for travel there, and the MARC train showing 511 train and Camden 845, both operating with 5-minute delays. The other trains of MARC look good for travel. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark.
Anne Arundel leaders holding another budget meeting today. Just ahead, why the county executive says he's proposing to raise your taxes.
A powerhouse set to file suit against the Archdiocese of Baltimore. We'll tell you the attorney that's now joining in the suit. Just ahead here on Fox Baltimore. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
A Health Watch this Monday morning. University study finds some dangerous levels of toxic elements in some store-bought beverages.
Tulane University scientists say they found toxic levels of metals in some drinks. Researchers tested 60 beverages, including juices, sodas, plant-based milks, and teas. They were looking for the prevalence of 25 metals, including uranium, arsenic, and lead. Of the drinks tested, researchers say 5 of them contain toxic metals exceeding the federal standards. They say the metals most likely came from contaminated soil. Researchers recommend against giving children lots of mixed fruit juices and plant-based milks. They did not specify which drinks were used in the study.
Still ahead this morning, warmer start to the week with temperatures in the 70s. Weather Authority team letting us know whether it sticks around for the rest of the week.
Plus, Ukraine says Russia just launched an airstrike in several of its regions. What some are now hoping could help bring an end to this war. It is 6:27, and you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning. 6:30 is the time. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, he's here. He's lit up in yellow, too, and you're representing the sunshine.
Yeah. The brightness of the day ahead with more sun on the way for the afternoon and warmer temperatures, too. More of an orange out there right now, but eventually, yeah, turning more yellow as we get later into the day today. And overall, our temperatures that will be about 4 or 5 degrees warmer than where we ended up yesterday afternoon. You can see right around the area through the mid-Atlantic, 50s and 60s is how we're kicking off your Monday morning. Overall, saw some of the rain that rolled through late yesterday evening and even last night. That's leading to some patchy fog in some some spots. So just be aware as you're making your way out. Mr. Bose says next couple of hours, upper 50s and low to mid 60s heading out the door. And we're on our way to almost 80 for this afternoon. Notice on our next 3 days right there, Tuesday, tomorrow, only in the 60s. So it will definitely be cooler with those rain showers for the morning and then off and on again into the afternoon, but then drier again Wednesday. So a little blip right there for the next couple of days to get through. We'll be taking a closer look at that forecast, especially as we head toward Mother's Day weekend coming up this upcoming weekend in just a few. Tom?
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and one of the cameras that we're showing you here right over Towson area. And you see the inner and outer loops, and traffic's moving along just fine.
Fox 45 News is following 3 big stories for you at 6:30.
Now, Anne Arundel County leaders holding a budget meeting today. The importance it holds following a proposed tax increase.
A big announcement is expected today from well-known civil rights attorney Ben Crump. The lawsuit aimed at lifting the statute of limitations on childhood sex abuse and assault.
Plus, sounding the alarms in Ukraine. The latest round of widespread attacks from Russia.
We have live team coverage of our top stories this morning, starting with Shannon Lilly and a preview of the budget meeting that is happening today. Shannon?
Yeah, and in short, Tom and Patrice, he is saying that he doesn't want to have to raise taxes, but that is something that he does have to do. This is the county executive that we're talking about. You can see his exact words right here on your screen. He says this budget helps him tackle the issues that are morally the right thing to do, like hiring more police and firefighters and increasing pay. He also wants to do the same thing for teachers, as Anne Arundel County schools are short about 200 educators, and we spoke with County Executive Stuart Pittman about that back in February, so take a listen to that.
We have a real shortage of personnel everywhere. Everybody does. We're almost 200 teachers short vacancies of existing positions. We're also looking at budget issues. They've got a huge request for additional money from the county to pay teachers more so that they can hire and retain.
And right here on your screen are the details for today's meeting. It's going to start at 11 this morning at the Arundel Center. That's on 44 Calvert Street in Annapolis. Of course, we're going to continue to follow this, and we'll have more information on foxbaltimore.com. For now, reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Tomorrow on Fox 45 Morning News, we're going to speak live with the Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman for the very latest on the budget and what came out of the meeting today.
I'm feeling very, very sad, because who in hell would want to be excited about this horrible stuff that's going to be in these papers?
Well, developing this morning, weeks after the Maryland Attorney General's office released a scathing, nearly 500-page report on years of sex abuse and cover-ups in the Catholic Church, a nationally recognized civil rights attorney joins the fight. Ben Crump planning to file a suit against the Archdiocese of Baltimore. Taylor Stewart is joining us live this morning with what's next on this ongoing legal saga. Taylor?
Well, that's right. 5 years ago, the Attorney General's office launched that investigation. Today, we're learning that Attorney Ben Crump is going to file suit on behalf of those victims who were abused at the hands of the church. Now, this comes after that long 500-page report, as you said, Tom. It details over 600 child abuse victims, 156 abusers. But I'll tell you, Fox 45 has spoken to some of the victims in this report. They say there are so many more who've just never come forward because they didn't think anyone would be able to share their story or get vindication in court. Just last month, Governor Westmore signed a bill into law that changed the statute of limitations for civil suits. It clears the way for this lawsuit. A.G. Brown saying this when initially releasing the findings of the grand jury investigation.
It's also a history of repeated cover-up of that abuse by the Catholic Church hierarchy. We hope that exposing the Archdiocese's transgressions to the fullest extent possible will bring some measure of accountability and perhaps encourage others to come forward.
So Attorney Ben Crump is working with another well-known attorney, Adam P. Slater. Those two names you'll likely hear a lot as the pair prepare for discovery in this case that the AG's office says is soared with abuse of power, only possible, according to them, because of the complicity of those in charge with leading the church. They focused on protecting protecting the secrets and keeping all of those things hidden rather than stopping the abuse. We're going to let you know when that first motion is filed in court and keep you updated. For now, we're live. Fox Baltimore, Taylor Stewart.
Well, just into our newsroom, Ukraine now reporting Russia launching an airstrike on the city of Odessa and several other regions.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we know right now. Megan.
Guys, we are seeing what appears to be widespread destruction from these airstrikes. The images that you're seeing right here, this actually came into us from the Ukrainian armed forces posting them. You can see what appears to be a large warehouse fire there. Right now, it's not clear how many drones were launched, but we are getting word at least 5 people have been injured. This strike comes one day ahead of Moscow's Victory Day holiday, and that marks the anniversary of the defeat of Nazi Germany. It is seen as one of Russia's most important holidays. A live look now over Capitol Hill this morning as some U.S. leaders are reportedly voicing optimism that China could help bring Russia to the negotiation table in the hopes of ending the war by the end of the year. That is the very latest from our live center.
Fabian was more than just a friend to me. He was honestly like a brother.
A community coming together in solidarity after a 23-year-old was shot and killed in Canton. Why the family says the Department of Juvenile Services failed them.
Governor Wes Moore resumes bill signing today. Coming up after the break, the areas of focus.
Plus, a warmer and dry start to the work week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know when our next chance of rain rolls in. 6:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Weather Window, presented by the National Weather Desk.
Here's a recent array of sundogs and rainbows in northern Michigan. Both of these weather-related beauties display colors when light enters H2O and changes direction. The difference with sundogs and rainbows is the state of the H2O. Light refracts through ice crystals to form sundogs, and with rainbows, it bends through water droplets.
For more content like this, like the National Weather Desk on Facebook.
Welcome back. 6:40 is your time right now on your Monday morning. We're just 20 minutes in front of 7 o'clock, live and local all the way through 10 a.m. So we appreciate you making us a part of your morning routine. As you see those numbers right now, yeah, mid to upper 50s and a lot of lower 60s. So mild conditions this morning. May not even need a light jacket as you're stepping out, but you'll definitely need those sunglasses today. Umbrella will be needed for tomorrow as we'll be tracking rain. Next weather maker rolling in late tonight, early tomorrow morning. But great morning for a run or a jog if you want to get out there. Mild conditions. Enjoy it. We're back with your full forecast in just a few.
6:41 and happening today. Governor Wes Moore is hosting his 5th round of bill signings.
Today, the governor will sign nearly 200 pieces of legislation into law that focus on economic development, state and local taxes, Maryland's natural resources, transportation, and agriculture. The ceremony will start at noon.
That's the troubling trend we're seeing across our city.
A community is coming together as the crime crisis continues. The push now to hold juveniles accountable.
Plus, we are looking ahead to the race for city council president. The new endorsement just coming into our newsroom. 6:42 is the time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.644 now. One person has been arrested after reportedly shooting a Maryland State Trooper and 2 Cecil County police officers over the weekend. 2 of the officers are still in the hospital. A 3rd was treated and released.
And Roanoke County Police say someone was shot along Bunch Street in Annapolis just before 11:30 yesterday morning. One man was hospitalized. No suspects have been located.
Plus, Baltimore County Police need your help finding this missing 72-year-old man. Terry Richardson is 6 feet tall, about 180 pounds. He was last seen on May 1st in the Essex area. Anyone with information should contact Baltimore County Police.
This morning, continuing calls for change after more details come to light in the murder of Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. Shannon Lilly is joining us live this morning from Canton with what we are learning about his accused killer. Shannon.
Well, we're learning, Tom, that Fabian's accused killer had been in trouble with the law before, yet he was still out on the streets, which is something that we continue to see with violent crimes. And so the family is calling for change. They held a prayer walk just yesterday. Of course, you'll remember Fabian was gunned down right here at this T-Mobile. He was working here. He had just 30 minutes left in his shift. This was last Sunday. But he was shot and killed during an armed robbery. So stay with us, because in 15 minutes, hear why the family says they think this could have all been prevented and how leaders are responding. Now back to you.
Well, that family is just one of many impacted by the violent crime in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart joins us with a look at the crime numbers so far this year and the fears heading into the summer. Taylor.
Well, Patrice, the news here that is somewhat positive is that overall, year to year, crime is down in the city of Baltimore. Now, if you look more closely, though, at the data at the neighborhood safety and accountability dashboard put up by the mayor's office, young people, folks under 20, are the ones who are being most impacted by gun violence. We have a really closer look on the statistics and just how much. That's going to come up at 7 o'clock. We'll also tell you why a faith leader says the city's at an inflection point right now ahead of the summer months, and we'll share why just ahead. For now, we're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
All right, 6:47. We need to get another check of our forecast.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers here. Nice yellow tie and the yellow shirt.
Thanks. I brought in better cheddars this morning. Remember those better cheddars? They weren't good.
They're not better?
What is that?
They're not better.
What is better
they're
cheddar?
they're crackers over there. You can try them out. I remembered them as being really good, and then I had them. I was
remembered them as being better.
And then they weren't.
Right.
So I'm donating them to anybody who wants them. So look, Olivia's going to try them. Yeah, that's what happens. There they are. The better cheddars box. What?
They're cheddars.
Right. They're just meh cheddars. But that would just wouldn't work with the marketing.
Me. She's fucking over with the face.
The meh
going,
cheddar.
This is disgusting, right?
All right, live cam right now. Good morning to you. You can see the stadium's lit up nicely. Look at that sun that is right there on Camden Yards. O's are back at home. 10-game homestand. They just got done with the longest road trip, I should say, of the year, and then they have a nice 10-game homestand here back at home. Still one of the best teams in baseball. Great night for baseball tonight in Charm City. 60-year temp right now at BWI. Not much in the way of wind that we're seeing. In fact, you can see on our HD radar, not much in shower activity is happening either. Down to the south and parts of areas south of Annapolis, may see a couple of stray showers there. Basically, a lot of the clouds that have been hanging around left over from this area of low pressure tracking off toward the east. Storms are developing in the Central Plains and the Midwest. You can see that line of thunderstorms just to the west of St. Louis right now, but we're not going to get in on any of that until we get to tonight and tomorrow. Upper 50s and low to mid 60s over the next couple of hours as you rise and shine. Enjoy some crackers, some toast, some eggs, whatever you got going on this morning. 71 in that 10 o'clock hour in your day planner. Should be a great day for lunch outside, especially dinner outside too. We're talking close to 80 by about 2 o'clock. Excuse me, and then those temperatures will stay mainly in the mid to upper 70s through the 5 o'clock hour this evening. Great day to fly today, pilots. We're talking about VFR conditions, visual flight rules all day. Great to get back up there and fly over this weekend. And you can see a lot of orange on the map here, indicating our temperatures are in the mid to upper 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties. Howard and Anne Arundel counties also seeing those mid to upper 70s. Notice those temperatures taking a dip tomorrow. We're only going to be in the mid 60s with the rain showers around 73 Wednesday, but then those numbers come right back up. And quickly, let me show you your future scan of mix of clouds and sun today. But here comes the rain. It's late tonight into early tomorrow morning, and then off and on showers stay with us through most of Tuesday. So that's when we're going to have to deal with that rain. We're back to drier conditions Wednesday and Thursday, and then as we head toward Mother's Day weekend, another round of a few showers coming up on Saturday. May see a stray shower for Mom coming up on Sunday as well.
Thank you, Justin. Let's take a look now at your Lens Solar Traffic Network and a live look from some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here. Volume slowly starting to pick up as the roads are dried out now from that late night rain and early morning rain you may have had. No issues or incidents to report. Here's a live look right now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He's cruising along 97 right in the Glen Burnie area, and the same thing for him, too, saying roads are moving along.
Trending this morning, No Mow May is attracting a lot of interest on social media. Scientists in the United Kingdom started it 4 years ago, calling on homeowners to refrain from mowing their lawns during the month of May. The point is to let your grass and weeds grow so they can provide food and shelter for pollinators like bees and butterflies as the warm weather begins. But critics say some of those pollinators will probably be shredded when you do start to mow. We started mowing the first week of April, so I'm not sure that we could make it all the way through May.
Pollinator killers. I mean, I have too. Same thing.
But then if we did that, then I wouldn't be able to do my mowcast. And
Right.
so
Not until June.
Not until June. But then I also think, oh, here I am. I'm over here. Okay. Well, I thought we were there. I don't know. I thought we were on 3. They put me in the middle here. But what are we doing here with the No Mow May and the fact that you have HOAs?
Right, I know.
Yeah,
That's exactly it.
they don't go
You can
for
get
it.
a fine for that.
Yeah.
HOAs are like, kill all those bees and butterflies. Kill them all.
Yeah, they don't.
Tell them I'm doing it for the environment.
Exactly, yeah. But
They have to let you.
I like the idea of it. I just don't know that it's going to work. I have heard of it, though, in the U.S. and other places.
But you would
too.
do it if you weren't restricted in any way?
I think so, yeah. I mean, if it's for the good of the environment, yeah. We got to get those bees back,
Trees
man.
are pollinating. I mean, the bees are all over the trees right now and the shrubs. I mean, they're all
Right.
over the place. I don't think they're hurting right now, not at least on my property.
I think
but-
we'd have to cut the grass.
Yeah. So. All right, thanks. Well, still ahead. Which camera are we on? We're on 3 now. Still ahead this morning, the Orioles looking ahead this week after a rocky weekend. A recap of their loss in Atlanta.
Plus, the Pratt Street Market is making a comeback this week. A look at the highly anticipated event and all that it has to offer.
As you contemplate whether or not to mow, you need to be doing it over something hot and warm and caffeinated.
You need a coffee break for that kind of mental thinking. It's early.
Just a really brazen crime. I mean, I'm not sure what to say about that. It makes you think twice. I mean, where you're having gun violence in the middle of the day at a place where people are out and just shopping and enjoying themselves.
That's right. 2 teenagers have now been arrested in connection to the shooting death of a T-Mobile employee in Canton. Police say 18-year-old Arthur McCadden and his 14-year-old brother robbed that store in Canton just hours after allegedly robbing another store in New Jersey. The murder happened in the middle of the day in a busy shopping area, leaving people who live and shop in the city worried about safety. Political commentator Armstrong Williams joins us this morning. Good morning, Armstrong.
Good morning, Patrice.
So when you have a shooting at 4:30 in the middle of the afternoon inside of a business that is in a crowded shopping area like this one was, what does that tell you about crime in Baltimore and the mindset of criminals?
You know, Patrice, I had an interesting conversation with State Attorney Ivan Bates yesterday at his home in Baltimore, and I asked the same question of him. He says the focus is on guns, legal guns, but the focus needs to be on how do we get illegal guns out of the hands of criminals. And without a bail system in place, how do we make sure that juveniles have consequences for their actions? How do we make sure that they're not placed right back on the street immediately, where not only are they committing crimes, they ramp these crimes up? And he actually believes that in Baltimore, with the mayor, with the city council, and law enforcement, if they were to focus on this, they could really get this crime under control. But it takes tough measures. Focus on who the criminals are, the juveniles, and make sure you make it tough for them not to repeat these offenses.
Does he feel confident that all of those people that you just said, the mayor, the police department, and in his office, are going to be able to come together and do that? Is that everyone's focus?
That is a collaborative effort. And he also said, you look at cities, I mean, at New York and other places where they had this similar situation, and New York is much bigger than Baltimore. And the fact that if you can get this kind of crime and this kind of behavior where you deal with the graffiti, you deal with the subways, you make sure that these criminals get a message that your behavior, you're going to pay a price for it. We're not going to focus on innocent people. We're going to focus solely on you. We've got to make you the focus. Because, listen, it is an indictment of leadership, what he says. It's not an indictment of the community. It's an indictment that people don't want to take a tough stance against the juveniles. They are criminals. And and the other thing he says, they sit around when they're in prison, when they're at homes, they study the laws, they watch news programs like ours, they know exactly what goes on, they know how to skirt the law, they know the consequences, and they know they're going to pay little or no price. He said that must change. That mentality of how we deal with the youth of today must change, and it must change now.
Did he talk at all about why? I mean, I understand you're saying that the youth are looking at the laws and saying, I can get away with that, but why the mindset that is what they want to be focused on? I mean, we're talking younger and younger, 12, 13. Why aren't they thinking about other things? Why aren't they thinking about going to school? Why aren't they thinking about being outside playing with friends? Why is this the mindset at that young age, and we're seeing it get younger and younger?
Patrice, that is the question, and he answered it. I mean, look at you as a parent and what you expose your daughter to. Look at having a father in the household. Look at setting moral examples of leadership. A lot of them don't understand what it means to be a young man. A lot of these young girls don't know what it means to look for in a man. There's got to be accountability and responsibility, and you got to look at the educational system. The educational system in Baltimore continues to fail these young people. That educational system has changed. And the other issue is, Patrice, how often have you heard the mayor and the city council condemn the Baltimore City school system for their dismal result? Do you ever hear them speak out vociferously that this is going to change, or do they give them accolades, give them rewards as if they're doing a good job? What has to change? The home must change, the classroom must change, and the leadership must change. And you have to pour into these kids. You got to believe in these kids. He talked about his daughter, London, who's just as energized. He has long days, but he has to go home and spend time with her to be an example of a father, and also to be an example of a man. You cannot, and he also said something that I was shocked by. He and his daughter, as often as they can, they're in church every Sunday. I mean, even though his father set that example for him, he did not like it. Later on in his life, he appreciated those lessons and what it meant for him being a good citizen and contributing to society instead of destroying society. It was a fascinating discussion.
All right, Armstrong, thank you.
Thank you, Patrice.
Family and friends marching in honor of Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. Just ahead, what they say needs to change to prevent yet another death.
Violent crime across Baltimore City is down, except for when it comes to juveniles. We're taking a closer look at the numbers and why one faith leader says the city is at an inflection point.
Our temperatures are not too bad this morning. Tracking a lot of sunshine here for today and warmer numbers for the afternoon. But we do have some rain we got to talk about. We'll break it down right here on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, March 8th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers. Yes, this weekend, great to be outside. Baltimore looked amazing Saturday with everybody out and just enjoying that warm weather. It looks like we have something coming ahead.
More on the way. Finally, well, look, I'm not even going to say turning the corner and getting there all the time. No, can't say that.
Not yet. But I'm
getting
excited.
closer.
I'm getting closer to the Bromo Seltzer Tower.
Yes,
and
that's right.
Wednesday, when I get to be up inside of that tower.
We're excited for you.
Winder in there, you think?
I don't know. I can't wait. I can't wait to see the clock.
Got a sundog behind you right there.
Yeah, there is a little sundog action right now. Yeah, we definitely have some moisture still kind of hanging around from the rain we saw yesterday, but that sun is now up and shining brightly, and temperatures are mild. You got those on the right side of your screen. Even some patchy fog for some of us this morning. Warmer afternoon ahead, and we are tracking some rain as we head into tomorrow. So out for your morning drive, Mr. Bo says we're good to go. Temps in the 60s for the next couple of hours. Probably don't even need a light jacket, maybe. But look at our highs today. Close to 80 degrees, 57 tonight. We're only going to get to the 60s tomorrow, so it will definitely be cooler, but that rain is rolling in on Tuesday. We're back with your full forecast, and we'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
Take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and live looks from around some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here. Volume slowly picking up as more people are starting to head out at 7:02. No incidents or any accidents to report around the Baltimore region right now, knock on wood. We are following breaking news from a fire in southwest Baltimore. In fact, the fire department Twitter account writing that the blaze began just after 4 this morning on Frederick Avenue. That's right near South Dukeland Street. A total of 5 homes were impacted by this, though 4 were vacant. Thankfully, no injuries have been reported, and the cause of the fire, that's still under investigation.
Just into our newsroom this morning, Baltimore City Comptroller Bill Henry is endorsing Councilman Zeke Cohen in his campaign for City Council President. In a statement, Henry says that Cohen is the kind of leader that brings together everybody in the room and helps them find ways to move the city forward. Cohen will take on incumbent City Council President Nick Mosby in the primary election for that seat next spring. This morning in a city in crisis, violence continues to hit city streets. The latest happening just after 11 yesterday morning. A 15-year-old was shot in northeast Baltimore along Argonne Drive. He is expected to be okay.
We have team coverage on the city in crisis this morning. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will be joining us live with how city leaders are addressing the ongoing crime crisis when it comes to juveniles.
But first, we begin with Shannon Lilly on what the Baltimore community is calling for moving forward after 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez was shot and killed 1 week ago at the T-Mobile store in Canton. Shannon?
Well, the community, Patrice, is calling for change because according to sources, we are now learning that Fabian's accused killer was under the supervision of the Department of Juvenile Services when this all played out. And so the family says that the system not only failed them, it failed Fabian, and it will likely fail another family.
Criminals should not be in the streets. We don't know what's going to happen. If they were to be let out again, they could harm another family. We just don't know.
That was Fabian's brother you just heard from, and this right here is his accused killer. He's 18-year-old Arthur McCaden, and his alleged accomplice, his 14-year-old brother. Investigators say the 2 teens also committed a robbery in New Jersey just hours before robbing this T-Mobile. Now, yesterday, friends and family held a peace walk in honor of Fabian. We know the mayor and Councilman Zeke Cohen were there. We spoke with Councilman Cohen, and he is calling for an overhaul on a system he says has failed so many people.
It just is a true breakdown in systems to have them out there. And it is a conversation that needs to be with DJS, with parole and probation, with all of these agencies that need to truly hold folks accountable.
And of course, the family is just hoping that accountability comes sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, McCaden is due in court next month for a bail review, and we will be monitoring that. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
All right, thank you, Shannon. 7:05 now, and Fox 45 News has sent questions to Baltimore's delegation in Annapolis asking, do you believe DJS is doing enough to help rehabilitate young people who have gotten involved in a life of crime? And has this latest violent incident involving a young person changed your view of the juvenile crime trend and how young offenders should be handled? Plus, we also sent, was it a mistake for lawmakers not to implement tougher penalties for young people who have committed violent crimes during the last legislative session? We received a lengthy response from one delegate, Delegate Marlon Ampry, who says that former Governor Larry Hogan failed to properly fund and staff the state correction system. Now, you can find and read Delegate's entire statement right on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
We continue our team coverage this morning on the violence plaguing Baltimore.
Taylor Stewart is joining us live with a closer look at the violent crime numbers and why one faith leader says the city could reach a dangerous inflection point this summer if they don't get ahead of the gun violence now. Taylor.
That's right, you guys. In a few short weeks, school lets out for thousands of teens in Baltimore City, freeing up their time. And according to the numbers we've looked at, those people, those teenagers, are the ones who are most likely to be impacted by gun violence in the city. Take a look at this data from the Neighborhood Safety Accountability Dashboard from the mayor's office. It shows that overall crime in the city is down. But when you look specifically at violent crime for folks 20 years old or younger, totally different picture. You can see that homicides are up 15%. Shootings, fatal shootings are up 30%. And we also have heard an echo chamber of city council leaders touting a decrease in crime. But as that attention shifts towards the summer, there's shifting back to city leaders for a real solution to combat the juvenile crime crisis. What can city leaders, city council, folks at the top tell folks to really ensure them that their safety is a priority?
I think when you think about communities and neighborhoods, one, we want to make certain that there are actually eyes on the street. Are the cameras working? Are security systems in place? I think we need to revitalize and re-energize and even monetize our citizens on patrol, actually block watchers.
Block watchers, as Reverend Al Hathaway puts it, will likely be key in helping enforce the mayor's juvenile curfew. That's set to go in effect in a few weeks here, Memorial Day weekend. There's also programming over the summer and wraparound services that will be taking place as part of the mayor's summer initiative. We are going to follow this as it continues and bring you the very latest. For now, we're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
7:08 now. One person has been arrested after reportedly shooting a Maryland state trooper and two Cecil County police officers late Saturday night. According to police, 5 officers responded to a burglary call just before midnight near Port Deposit. 3 went around the back of the house where 23-year-old Daniel Donnelly allegedly shot them. Donnelly then ran from the home but was arrested at a convenience store about 4 o'clock yesterday morning. 2 of the officers are still in the hospital. A third was treated and released.
Anne Arundel County Police say someone was shot along Bunches Street in Annapolis just before 11:30 yesterday morning. One man was hospitalized. No suspects have been located, but anyone with information is asked to call Anne Arundel County Police.
Right now, Republican lawmakers are scrambling to gain support for a sweeping border protection package, and several border towns are under renewed emergency declarations with thousands of migrants flooding the streets.
Megan Gillen is in our live center following an already worsening crisis ahead of Thursday's expiration of Title 42. Megan.
We know the clock is ticking on that, Tom. Taking you live to Capitol Hill here this morning, guys, where leaders on both sides of the aisle are raising concerns ahead of that pandemic era policy expiring. And potentially sparking an historic migrant surge. Take a look at these new images coming into our newsroom showing 100 to 150 foreign nationals found on a train near the Texas-Mexico border. Officials with the Kinney County Sheriff's Office says it's unknown how many migrants got away, but they estimate anywhere from 50 to 100. Border towns now declaring states of emergencies as they become just completely overrun with illegal migrants. The Department of Public Safety reporting over 9,000 per day. That shatters the previous day high recorded back in December of 7,200. An alarming problem echoed by U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who went to the border on Friday, calling the circumstances there, quote, extremely challenging. The fear of a migrant surge now prompting the government to send 1,500 troops to the border. But according to the Pentagon, they will not be involved in law enforcement activities.
President Trump sent soldiers to the border to secure the border. President Biden is sending 1,500, quote, soldiers to do paperwork. And that's not going to secure the border.
That's Texas Governor Greg Abbott there, one of the nation's fiercest critics of the president's approach to the border crisis. He went on to call sending the troops there an empty gesture. He is expected to hold a news conference about law enforcement deployed to the southern border later today. We're going to keep you posted right here from our live center. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Megan. Now, of course, we need to find out exactly how warm it's going to be today.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here with some pretty good numbers.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. A little bit warmer than where we ended up yesterday afternoon. Mix of clouds and sun out there as we take a live shot here, showing you some of those low clouds and some of those valleys and areas that are lower in elevation. Could see a little bit of fog developing. We saw that earlier this morning, but now that sun is up, we'll continue to see that fog burn off over the next few hours. Upper 50s and lower 60s. These are your current temperatures for Cockeysville and Owens Mills down in Baltimore City. 61 your temp in Dundalk and Glen Burnie at this hour. Out for a run or a jog. Next few hours looking great. Mild conditions. Enjoy that run outside. It's only going to get warmer as the day goes on. We are tracking rain for tomorrow. We'll take a look at how long that rain sticks around and how much we're looking at as well. That's coming up in a few.
All right, looking at our Lens to Alert traffic network now, as we're starting to see congestion on the top side of the outer loop. Traffic is moving, just starting to get some volume out there. No incidents to report causing the slowdown, just people getting up and out. Here's a look at the stories that are making headlines this hour. Civil rights lawyer Ben Crump is spearheading another lawsuit in Baltimore, why he says it's time for the Catholic Church to make amends for decades of abuse.
But first, nurses play a crucial role in medical treatment, yet many health systems all across our country are struggling to fill the nursing positions. A professional is joining us live to discuss the triumphs and struggles of the job. 7:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all
That's
local,
nice.
all morning. Yes, it is.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, it's 7:16, and we want to get another check of our forecast as we're starting this brand new week, and it's starting off pretty nicely.
And you know what? Thinking about Traffic Jam Jimmy this weekend, too. I mean,
absolutely.
1 year later, I mean, he is always in our minds, always there, and a lot of people talking about him yesterday. So it was great to be able to kind of honor him. I got to wear one of my outfit changes for this event that I did was one of his leather jackets for Indiana Jones. I got to do that.
Very cool. Oh, I remember when he was Indiana Jones. I have pictures of that.
I got to hang out with Rosie Baby Friday and Marie as well.
Rosie Baby?
Yeah, I got to hang out with Rosie Baby, who's like...
You had a great weekend.
Oh, my goodness, she is... I see where Jimmy kind of gets it, even though they're not related.
The way he talks about her, you would think she's, you know, just a little shy.
Right.
Not at all.
Nope,
Rosie Baby runs things.
No. She does. She runs all Stella Maris, and I was trying to keep up with her. And she's 97, and she zips around like no big deal. Yeah.
Uncle Earl, too, was texting me over the weekend, calling, saying, you know, and he was one of Jimmy's good buddies, and he keeps us up to date with all of the history that Jimmy used to do as well. So I appreciate Uncle Earl letting us know what's going on. And history today, well, hopefully we make some more history there at Oriole Park at Camden Yards as the O's are back in town, coming on to a 10-game home stand. Pretty tough this week. We've got the Rays and the Pirates for the next two series. So this is really going to test the mettle of the team because, we took it right to the Braves all the way to 12 innings and only lost by one both nights. So overall, didn't get the series win, but again, we're still looking good. We got a lot of games left this year. 61, your temperature right now at BWI. No wind to speak of at this time. And overall, our HD radar, we showed a few of those showers that were trying to move into the area earlier this morning. It was really that fog that was kind of left over from this area of low pressure tracking out toward the east. That was left behind from the rain that we saw yesterday. Tracking some storms from Chicago down through St. Louis. So if you're traveling to that part of the country, may see some delays there in terms of weather. But nothing for us here at home as the kids get out to the bus stop. Beep, beep. Numbers here in the next couple of hours staying in the 60s, mid 70s for the kiddos by noontime and recess, and we'll be in the upper 70s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hours. So definitely shedding some of those layers. There's Hank the bird. Good morning, Hank. I saw a lot of birds out there on the golf course yesterday at Woodland. So birds are out there, bees are buzzing, things looking good as spring is here. Mid 60s through 9 a.m. and 70s by midday today. And overall, 73 is typically where we are for May 8th, but we're going to be in those mid to upper 70s across central Maryland for the afternoon, even close to 80 in D.C. this afternoon. 74 Cumberland, almost 70 down the ocean. Ocean City was nice to be down there for Spring Fest this weekend. Of course, we got the cruising weekend, I believe, in a couple weeks, and of course, Memorial Day right around the corner too. Now, on your pollen numbers, notice that grass is in the high category. Trees are in the moderate category. So there's definitely still some of that pollen that is out there. And here we go on your O's cast as the Rays in town. 6:35, the first pitch tonight at Camden Yards. 76 degrees. Should be a great night for baseball here in Charm City. We have to deal with some rain tomorrow that could impact tomorrow evening's game. We'll see what's going on. But here's our future scan. Overall today, nice and dry. A few clouds here and there. There's that next weather maker. Early tomorrow morning is when the bulk of the rain comes. We'll still see off and on showers through most of tomorrow afternoon and into the evening time. Notice there's not a lot of rain by game time tomorrow night, but it still could just be a little bit wet out there. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all looking great as more sunshine and warmer temperatures return as well. Shout out to Corey, who sent us a picture of Zoe the cat there in Hamden. Looking great there, Corey. Appreciate it. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. That's my email. Would love to get your pet pics, and we will put your pets on TV, or at least I will. All right, here's that 7-day forecast. So after 70s today, we drop to the mid 60s tomorrow. Then we're right back into the 70s and even lower 80s as we approach Mother's Day weekend. Another round of some showers early Saturday as well. Patrice?
All right, let's see what's happening in the Lynn Stoller traffic network. No accidents to report at this time, but as we take a live look over 895-95, we see the volume starting to pick up, but no issues there. They're moving along just fine.
Here's a live look right now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham, and he is cruising along in the Columbia area right on Route 32, seeing wide open roads, reporting no issues back to us either.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is that time of year we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now through May 12th. Grab your phone to scan the QR code on your screen there for a chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia Contest. You get the question right, and you could win the $100 daily prize. And you don't even need to be a mom to play. Again, you just have to scan the QR code to get the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day. Good luck.
Anne Arundel leaders holding another budget meeting today, just ahead why the county executive says it's necessary to raise your taxes.
And Pratt Street Market is back. We'll tell you all about it coming up on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It's so Baltimore. The highly anticipated Pratt Street Market returns in the heart of the city.
In fact, happening each Thursday, it features a rotating line of local makers and food vendors. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark live there with more. When we said food trucks, we knew Mark Clark was going to be involved.
That's right, and this time I got a healthy alternative. Dion is here. Dion, this is Dion's product, Hugo.
Yeah, Hugo Fresco.
Hugo Fresco. So Dion, tell us about the experience. They're excited. You're talking about people are back in the streets. Tell us about your product and why you're excited to be at the market.
Yeah, for sure. So I sell organic cold pressed juice, immunity shots, and sea moss gel. This will actually be my second year at the market, and I'm super excited to make more connections and just serve my community, you know what I mean? Health as well.
Are more people coming out? I think, are people back?
It's picking up as the weather, progresses and the sun start coming out, it's getting a little better.
Okay, so again, it's Thursdays here. It is the Pratt Street Market. Don't sleep on it. 11 to 2. It's going to be on Thursday. It's back. And again, a wide variety of different products out here. But you got to see our man, Dion, not Deion Sanders, Deion Saunders.
Deion Saunders.
No
Don't
relation
forget the
to
year.
Patrice Saunders. Great product. Okay, shall we?
All right, cheers.
Cheers. Oh, the green juice to start the day. Nice.
Yeah. That's how you started.
Very nice. Very good. Very
That's
good.
a good way to get the day started. And yes, Sanders, Saunders.
That's right.
It's all good. All right. But don't call me Saunders. I'm a Sanders.
That's right.
All right. If you want more information, go to foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. We've got some warm temperatures and some rain to start your work week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know what we can expect in just a few minutes. And actually, everybody just says, News Lady. So there you go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Welcome back on this Monday morning, 7:29. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we're in May. Did you see how that just said March 8th up there?
Did it?
Yeah,
did I say? I didn't say
No,
March,
no, you
though.
didn't say it. No. But I was like, it just cracked me up. March. Wow.
People are going to say.
Yeah, they're in the wrong month. It's exactly it. Our meteorologist Justin Chambers pointing it out. Yeah, closed captioning will show the wrong thing.
May 8th is where we are. Yeah,
Let's
and
not
remember,
go backwards.
after last week, guys, with all those below average temperatures, we had a very nice weekend. Friday was great. Saturday, even better. Sunday, yeah, we had a few showers we had to deal with yesterday afternoon. And some of that leftover moisture, you can see it right here from our Towson camera. We've got those kind of patchy clouds, those low clouds hanging around. And some of that patchy fog was hanging around early, but definitely a warmer afternoon ahead with a mix of clouds and sun. And we're tracking more rain rolling in for tomorrow. So overall, we're dry for your morning commute. Mr. Bo says we are good to go. Low to mid 60s over the next couple of hours. We're back with your forecast. We'll talk about when the rain is going to impact you tomorrow and how long that rain is going to stick around as well. That's all coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Let's take a look at your Lens Solar Traffic Network. A live look from 695 right at Hartford Road. No accidents to report around the Baltimore region currently, so that's some great news there. You're starting to see a little bit more volume picking up here, and that's basically the only reasons why you'd be tapping your brakes around the outer loop. There is one disabled vehicle, 83, the JFX, southbound, but it's not causing any delays. Anne Arundel County leaders will be holding another budget meeting today. It's the first meeting since County Executive Stuart Pittman's weekly letter addressed the proposals, including tax increases.
Shannon Lilly joining us live with a preview of that meeting and what Pittman is saying about the proposed tax increase. Shannon.
Well, in short, Patrice, the county executive says he wishes he didn't have to propose a tax increase, but he argues that it is necessary. In fact, you can see his exact choice of words if you take a look right here on your screen. And then he goes on to say that this budget helps him tackle the issues that are morally the right thing to do, like hiring more police and firefighters and increasing their pay. And that's also the same thing he wants to do for teachers. We know Anne Arundel County is short some 200 educators, and we spoke with the county executive about that back in February. Take a listen.
We have a real shortage of personnel everywhere. Everybody does. We're almost 200 teachers short vacancies of existing positions. We're also looking at budget issues. They've got a huge request for additional money from the county to pay teachers more so that they can hire and retain.
So right here on your screen are the details for today's meeting. It's going to start at 11 this morning at the Arundel Center. That's on 44 Calvert Street, and it's happening in Annapolis. Of course, we're going to continue to follow it, and we'll have more information on foxbaltimore.com. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Tomorrow on Fox 45 Morning News, we'll be speaking live with Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman for the latest on his budget. This all comes as counties face mandated education spending increases due to the blueprint for education known as the Kerwin Plan.
Harford County Executive Bob Casserly says his budget meets requirements, but matching the school system's requests could result in a $500 tax hike per household. Families and teachers protested funding cuts last week.
I urge you to send Mr. Casserly and his team back to the drawing board to produce a budget that actually meets the needs of this county.
So we really had to take a very conservative and fiscally responsible approach.
Proposal is $19 million less than the system received last year. McCasley says the system has tens of millions of dollars in unspent funds from those prior years.
Calculations in each county have leaders scrambling to find money.
That's right. In Howard County, the executive Calvin Ball says anything worthwhile is often a challenge. As this county prepares for a $22 million budget increase, there is no tax hike, he says, this year. In Carroll County, there is concern, though, at a recent state school board meeting. School leaders said even if there are tax increases, it won't be enough to cover funding long term.
It's a similar sentiment in Baltimore, where Mayor Brandon Scott called the requirements a gut punch. The Kerwin Plan has a price tag of nearly $400 million in the city.
I don't agree with the mayor of Baltimore very often, but in this case, I certainly do. You know, I've got counties on the Eastern Shore that have said for the entire time since Kerwin has been passed that they cannot afford it. So there's going to be one or two things that happen. Either the formulas change for funding or we see some type of Kerwin light.
Republicans have long criticized the 10-year education spending plan as too expensive and without guaranteed improved outcomes for children. Democrats overrode former Governor Larry Hogan's veto of the bill, but now they may be open to tweaking the plan.
Fox 45 News has done extensive reporting on school budgets around this state. You can see our complete coverage online right now at foxbaltimore.com.
I'm feeling very, very sad because who in the hell would want to be excited about this horrible stuff that's going to be in these papers?
Weeks after the Maryland Attorney General's office released a scathing nearly 500-page report on years of sex abuse and cover-ups in the Catholic Church, a nationally recognized civil rights attorney joins the fight.
Ben Crump is planning to file suit against the Archdiocese of Baltimore. Taylor Stewart is joining us live with what is next in this ongoing legal saga. Taylor.
Well, that is right. 5 years after this investigation was launched, today we're learning Ben Crump, nationally recognized civil rights attorney, will join up in a suit that will defend the victims of abuse at the hands of clergy members here in Baltimore. It follows decades of cover-ups. That's all detailed in that nearly 500-page report that talks about the 600 survivors and 156 priests that are accused of abuse. Now, Fox 45 spoke to several victims. They say there are like likely hundreds more who have not come forward because they fear their stories would get no vindication in court. Well, Governor Wes Moore just signed a bill into law that creates way for this suit to come into play. And as we do so, we're learning Attorney Ben Crump will be taking on these cases. Take a listen to what the Attorney General Brown had to say when he first released the findings of this investigation.
It's also a history of repeated cover-up of that abuse by the Catholic Church hierarchy. We hope that exposing the Archdiocese's transgressions to the fullest extent possible will bring some measure of accountability and perhaps encourage others to come forward.
Well, now Ben Crump and renowned attorney Adam P. Slater, those are going to be two names you're going to hear a lot as this pair prepares their discovery in a case that the AG's office says is sordid with abuse of power. This is only possible, according to the AG, because of the complicity of those who are charged with leading the church, who focus on not protecting these victims, rather ensuring that the abuse be kept hidden. Now, we're going to let you know when that first motion is filed in court and follow this story for you closely as it develops. That's the latest here in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
After a murder in a Canton phone store, community members are demanding action. Why? They say one state agency failed both the victim and the suspect.
Russian airstrikes hit Kyiv overnight. How Ukrainian leaders are reacting to the latest assault.
Temperatures are going to get close to 80 today before our next weather maker sends them crashing back down. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes. 7:37, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Time right now, just about 7:40. Your Weather Authority forecast, 20 minutes in front of 8 o'clock. And you can see some of those low clouds, that moisture left over from the rain we saw late yesterday afternoon into the evening time. No rain for us right now. And in fact, a lot of yellow on this map with 50s and 60s statewide. So we've got some mild conditions to kick off your brand new weekend. Yard and gardening cast. Well, hopefully that rain helped out some of your, your yards and your gardens. Good day to get back out there today. We'll see in mid to upper 70s by the time we head toward the afternoon. More rain on the way for tomorrow. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few.
Thank you, Justin. Just into our newsroom, Ukraine now reporting Russia launched an airstrike on the city of Odessa and several other regions.
Megan Gillen is at our live center with what we know right now. Megan.
A lot of information coming in, guys. We are seeing what appears to be just widespread destruction from these airstrikes here. These images coming in from the Ukrainian armed forces. They were posting those. You can see what appears to be a large warehouse fire here. Right now, it's unclear how many drones were launched, but we are getting word at least 5 people have been injured. This strike comes one day ahead of Moscow's Victory Day holiday. That marks the anniversary of the defeat of Nazi Germany, and it is seen as one of Russia's most important holidays. Taking you live now this morning to Capitol Hill now, as some U.S. leaders are reportedly voicing optimism that China could help bring Russia to the negotiation table in the hopes of ending the war by the end of the year. That's the latest from our live center. Tom?
Thank you, Megan. Nurses play a crucial role in medical treatments, yet many health systems across our country are struggling to fill those nursing positions. A professional is joining us live right after the break to discuss the triumph and the struggles of the job.
(7:44). We come back with breaking news, new pictures just into our newsroom as we are following this fire out of Southwest Baltimore. The fire department Twitter account says these flames began just after 4 this morning on Frederick Avenue, right near South Dukeland Street. A total of 5 homes were affected. 4 of them, though, were vacant. We are hearing the good news that no injuries have been reported so far. The cause of the fire still under investigation.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by GBMC.
Even before the COVID pandemic, hospitals, clinics, companies all across our nation were facing a nursing shortage. And many surprised to find out the wide-ranging roles nurses cover besides just traditional bedside health care. Joining us now for our Monday Morning House Call, Nursing Director for the Medicine Division at GBMC, Rachel Ridgely. Good morning, Rachel.
Good morning.
Okay, so you just heard me there talking about all the various roles and the different areas within nursing that you can take part in. I think that's a surprise for a lot of people that may not know this. They think, okay, nurses are bedside, helping doctors and physicians, but there's a whole different side of nursing too. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
That is so right. So when a lot of times when we think about nursing, you automatically think of bedside nursing, taking care of patients in the hospital. And that is such an important part of nursing, obviously. But there are many different roles and responsibilities that nurses can have, from forensic nurses to nurses who are legal consultants. You have nursing educators who may work in the inpatient setting or also may work in a college or university. And then you have nurses like myself who worked at the bedside, but now I am in leadership and in administration. So it can look very, very different. But at the heart of all of those, it's about caring for the patients and providing the best care.
It really is, and it's a different role than, say, if you were to become a physician. I mean, you can still get your doctorate in nursing and be able to be called doctors of nursing, which kind of confuses some people sometimes, but there's still so many different roles. Why is there such a struggle, though, to fill the positions of nurses? And are GBMC, are they doing anything to retain nursing or to bring in and attract more nursing positions?
Well, I can speak from personal experience. I've been here at GBMC for 15 years. I started here in the ICU as a new graduate nurse right out of school, and I have stayed here because it is such a wonderful place to work. I've been given such tremendous room for advancement and growth here. And ultimately, the reason I became a nurse is because I wanted to take care of people and provide that care well. And GBMC allows me to do that, allows me to take care of people and provide that care in some of the hardest times in their lives.
And Rachel, one other thing then, how would you recommend somebody that may be thinking about going into the nursing profession, but they're not really sure exactly the avenue to go, what should they do to kind of get a sample of what it would be like?
Well, it's amazing. I think a lot of us know nurses. You know, nursing is such a big profession. A lot of times you know a nurse or might have a relative or a friend. I think one of the best things is just asking another nurse, what is nursing about? Why did you come into nursing? I have interviewed so many nurses in my career, and I will say that the underlying theme is that we just want to care for people. So ask a nurse, but you can also go online, and I would encourage you to go to GBMC's website, look around. We have some great videos that show a day in the life of what it looks like to be a nurse here at GBMC. It really is. I do not regret it at all. It's a great profession.
Nursing Director, portions of that at GBMC, Rachel Ridgely. Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right, well, it's 7:48, and we need to get another check of our forecast as we are starting off this brand new work week.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at the forecast, and I know, Justin, really excited about maybe possibly heading up to go change a clock.
Yeah, later this week, I'm going to be doing that. On Wednesday, we will be live from the Bromo Seltzer Tower. Apparently, they are going to let me inside to the clock where you can actually see all the inner workings and then, do some live reporting up there. And actually, Wednesday's going to be a pretty nice day to do that. Tomorrow, thankfully, we're not doing it tomorrow because we're going to be talking about rain. We need to get our windshield wiper or get somebody up there to kind of get that smudge off of that camera right there. But looking out over our inner harbor shot, not too bad right now. Our temperature at 61 degrees at BWI. So it's been a mild morning. Ahoy, boaters and watermen, as you head out here. We do have a small craft advisory. This goes until 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's because that wind is going to kick up out of the north and northwest at about 10 and could see some 20-knot gusts as well. Waves still about a foot or less with that high tide at 9:16 this morning, but a lot more of you getting those boats ready to go for boating season. Today, overall, a pretty good day, just a little gusty out there on the waters. Mid to upper 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties, upper 70s for Dundalk down through Baltimore City over through Canton and Fells today. Hartford and Cecil counties also staying in those mid 70s for Bel Air and Aberdeen over toward Northeast and Elkton for this afternoon. And up and down the 95 corridor, almost 80 in D.C., even down the ocean looking pretty good. 70 there almost in Ocean City and 77 in Philly for the afternoon. So here's a look at your MoCast. And if you want to get the grass cut today, be my guest. But tomorrow, notice there is a red light. That's because we have the rain that's rolling in. That will help that fresh cut grass. So here's a look at our future scan. Staying dry today. A couple of patchy clouds out there. But tomorrow is when that rain rolls in, especially tomorrow morning. Cooler temperatures are going to come along with this. So we keep the rain with us off and on through the afternoon. Not a lot of rain later in the day. Most of it's going to come in the morning time, and those clouds will keep us cool. But Wednesday, we're right back to sunshine and warmer temperatures as we head later into the week. Shout out to Eileen L., who sent me this picture of Cody. And Cody, a therapy dog, an AKC distinguished dog for Pets on Wheels. So thank you for sending that picture in, Eileen. Congrats, Cody. Looking great there. And we'd love to see your pet pics too. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. All right, O's are back in town tonight and for the next 10 days. So great baseball weather today. Tomorrow, a little different. Mid-60s with rain, but then real nice later this weekend. Heading toward Mother's Day weekend, guys. We're talking about lower 80s into Friday and Saturday.
Let's take a look now at your Lynn Solar Traffic Network and some of the cameras around the Baltimore region here. Look at that sunshine. In fact, I mean, some of you may just be slowing down because of the sun as you come around a curve there. You may want to get those sunglasses going here. We do have one slowdown. It's because debris in the roadway, 97 northbound, right at Crane Highway. That's it. Everybody else, you are moving along just fine. No issues to report.
Let's take a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He is in the area of Pikesville. This is the inner loop, and as you can see, he's got no issues. Smooth sailing.
The city of Baltimore reaching an inflection point when it comes to juvenile crime. Well, we'll tell you why one faith leader says yes, and the numbers that also paint that picture.
But first, Baltimore gives one of the best teams in baseball a run for their money. How a weekend in Atlanta started sweet before turning sour for the O's.
All right, well, we're going to turn to something strong this morning, whether it's sweet, straight black, ice, popping hot, whatever.
Yeah.
We just need it.
We need it. It's a perfect way to start that week. Join us right now for a coffee break. 7:55 and making your headlines. Both Maryland men's and women's lacrosse teams may have lost in their respective Big Ten championship games this past weekend, but they still got automatic bids to the NCAA tournament. The men's team drew the 4 seed and will be playing Army Saturday in Philly. The women's team will be playing Drexel Friday. Good luck.
Well, spring is in full bloom, and Baltimore County residents came together to enjoy the 54th Towson Town Spring Festival.
The weekend event stretching across Chesapeake, Pennsylvania, Washington, and Baltimore avenues in Towson. And there was also plenty of activities for attendees to engage in, including live music, gourmet food trucks, more than 300 vendors, including face painting, roller coaster rides, and more. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski, and you see the new police chief, Robert McCullough, also in those shots. We're in attendance, tweeting these, executive tweeting out these pictures. He's the tallest one normally in all the photos.
Well, there is some uncertainty about whether or not Lizzo is going to be performing tomorrow in Baltimore. The singer announced on social media that she is suffering from strep throat. That made her postpone one of her concerts on Saturday. Now, Lizzo is scheduled to perform at CFG Bank Arena tomorrow. Live Nation has not made an announcement about whether or not that concert has been postponed. She did promise tickets would be honored at rescheduled tour dates. So we wish her well.
Well, dancing for a great cause it's Saturday night's Memory Brawl. We were raising some money for the Alzheimer's Association of Maryland. Not only was I able to co-MC, there you go, rocking it out in a black wig right here for the opening number there, but had a great night all night long, costume changes, and what a great crowd. Record-breaking, the 15th annual here for the Memory Ball. And it was at the Marriott in Harbor East. What a great place, too, in a venue. And we crossed $1 million raised, all to fight Alzheimer's. So what a great event. Thank you very much for being so welcoming there at the Marriott.
That is amazing. All right, well, we are tracking your next weather maker as we move into the work week. Coming up, meteorologist Justin Chambers lets us know if you're going to need your umbrella as you leave your house.
Family and friends marching in honor of Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. Just ahead, what they say needs to change to prevent another death. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The Baltimore community is still mourning after the death of 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. Coming up, why his family says the system failed them and people need to be held accountable.
And we take a closer look at the juvenile crime numbers, and we find they are up. We'll tell you about those statistics just ahead and at 7 o'clock. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News.
Our temperatures are already warmer, and we're going to see those numbers continuing to climb throughout the day today. Plus, we're tracking rain. It's all coming up right here on Fox 45 Morning News.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good morning on this Monday, May 8th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gillen. It's a beautiful start to the day. This is nice.
I'll take it. It was warm outside. I didn't need the seat warmers and all that kind of stuff. Although a meteorologist.
Did you put them on?
Well, I'm in a different car today. I was looking for them, but I couldn't remember how to turn them on.
So
in
you
that
would
car.
have had it on.
Just, just a little something.
How about that Cold Spring off-ramp?
Awesome.
It was nice.
It was made my day.
It was so smooth, I didn't even notice.
For the first time in 20 years,
wow.
It's paved.
Beautiful.
And
beautiful.
yes,
Nice
my
and smooth
alignment
over.
is good today.
I'm telling you, man, yeah, it just that's a good ride right there. So getting off 83 South. Good morning to all of you. Yeah, we definitely have that bright sun that is out there. Some clouds kind of hanging around. We had some fog earlier this morning, but right now looking at our weather story with a warmer afternoon ahead, those temperatures above average. We are tracking rain for tomorrow that we'll be looking at here, but overall next few hours in your 9-10 o'clock hour, I was out and about numbers 60s and 70s, on our way to the upper 70s as we head toward the afternoon. Back with your full forecast. We'll talk about how much cooler we get and how you may need some of those seat warmers by tomorrow. That's coming up in a little bit.
All right, so I got to figure it out between now and then. All right, looking at our Lynn Stoller traffic network, as you take a look around the region, we're looking pretty good out there. This has been a pretty good Monday morning commute. No issues to report. 8:02 now, and just into our newsroom this morning, Baltimore City Comptroller Bill Henry is endorsing Councilman Zeke Cohen in his campaign for City Council President. In a statement, Henry says that Cohen is the kind of leader that brings together everybody in the room and helps them find ways to move the city forward. Cohen will take on incumbent City Council President Nick Mosby in the primary election for that seat next spring.
This morning, in a city in crisis, violence continues to hit city streets. The latest act of violence happening just after 11 yesterday morning. A 15-year-old was shot in Northeast Baltimore along Argonne Drive. He is expected to be okay.
Now, this morning, we have team coverage on a city in crisis. In just a few minutes, Taylor Stewart will join us with a look at how city leaders are addressing the ongoing crime when it comes to juveniles.
But first, we begin with Shannon Lilly on what the Baltimore community is calling for moving forward after 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez was shot and killed 1 week ago at that T-Mobile store in Canton. Shannon.
Well, the community, Megan, is calling for change because according to sources, Fabian's accused killer was already under the supervision of the Department of Juvenile Services when this all played out. And so the family says that the system not only failed them, it failed Fabian, and it will likely fail another family.
Criminals should not be in the streets. We don't know what's going to happen. If they were to be let out again, they could harm another family. We just don't know.
And that was Fabian's brother you just heard from. This right here is Fabian's accused killer. He is 18-year-old Arthur McCaden, and his alleged accomplice, his 14-year-old brother. Investigators say the two teens also committed a robbery in New Jersey just hours before robbing this T-Mobile. Yesterday, friends and family did hold this peace walk in honor of Fabian. The mayor and Councilman Zeke Cohen were here, and we spoke with Councilman Cohen. He's calling for an overhaul on a system he says has failed so many people.
It just is a true breakdown in systems to have them out there, and it is a conversation that needs to be with DJS, with parole and probation, with all of these agencies that need to truly hold folks accountable.
And of course, the family is just hoping that that accountability comes sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, we know that McCaden is due back in court next month for a bail review, and we will be monitoring it. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
We continue our team coverage this morning on the violence plaguing this city. We've got Taylor Stewart joining us live with a closer look at violent crime, those numbers, and why one faith leader says the city could reach a dangerous inflection point this summer if they don't get ahead of the gun violence now. Taylor.
That's right. In just a few short weeks, school lets out, freeing up time for hundreds of thousands of young folks here in the city. Well, we looked at the numbers and found that violent crime is most impacting those under the age of 20 here. Take a look at this data from the Neighborhood Safety and Accountability Dashboard from the mayor's office. It shows that overall, crime across the city is down. But if you take a closer look at the numbers, parse those out for just ages 0 to 20, shootings are up 15%, homicides up 30%, a completely different picture. Now, as we continue to head towards the summer with young people out, getting out of school, now Faith Leader says the city has to do something now to get ahead of it. What can city leaders, city council, folks at the top tell folks to really ensure them that their safety is a priority?
I think when you think about communities and neighborhoods, one, we want to make certain that there are actually eyes on the street. Are the cameras working? Are security systems in place? Sir, I think we need to revitalize and re-energize and even monetize our citizens on patrol, actually block watchers.
So block watchers, as Reverend Al Hathaway puts it, will likely be key in helping enforce the mayor's upcoming juvenile curfew. That takes effect in a few short weeks on Memorial Day weekend. It's also part of his summer plan that he has for young people here in the city. It also includes wraparound services. And Reverend Al Hathaway says that will be key in determining how gun violence plays out here in the city of Baltimore this summer. We're live in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 Morning News.
Developing now a migrant emergency along our southern border after the break from our live center. The protections coming to an end as the Biden administration's plan comes under fire.
And in local news, a well-known civil rights attorney expected to join the fight surrounding the sexual abuse within the Archdiocese of Baltimore. In our next half hour, the lawsuit aimed at lifting the statute of limitations.
Looking at our Towson cam, we have nice green trees. The sun is out there, and it's kind of mild right now. We'll take a look at how much warmer those temperatures get today and when the rain rolls in as well.
Right now, Republican lawmakers are scrambling to gain support for a sweeping border protection package, and several border towns are under renewed emergency declarations with thousands of migrants flooding their streets.
We have Tom Rogers at our live center following the already worsening crisis here ahead of Thursday's expiration of Title 42. Tom.
Yeah, in fact, we want to take you live right now. You see Texas Governor Greg Abbott speaking. If we can listen to him just a second here. He's speaking with the media.
From Mexico. That felony will entitle us to be able to do one of two things.
He's talking about changes now that he's implementing here and trying to get it at least on a state level, and he's encouraging people to do it on a national level. Earlier, he was talking about breakdowns in the border where they were securing them over the last few days. Just migrants coming across by the hundreds in certain sections, even thousands some parts, and they would secure that and then before the migrants move. So we've been watching this a little bit, and we'll continue watching this throughout the morning here as they're looking at the new migrant surge that is potentially happening here Thursday when Title 42 ends. So take a look at some of these new images showing 100 to 150 foreign nationals who were found on a train north of the Texas-Mexico border. Texas officials with the Kinney County Sheriff's Office say it's unknown how many illegal migrants got away, but they estimate anywhere from 50 to 100 in that one incident. Border towns now declaring states of emergency as they become completely overrun with illegal migrants. The Department of Public Safety reporting more than 9,000 coming across the border per day. That's the ones that they actually interact with, shattering the previous day high record recorded in December of an estimated 7,200. Now, an alarming problem echoed by U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, who went to the border Friday, calling the circumstances at the border, quote, extremely challenging, and expecting the daily surge of migrants who are caught illegally crossing to exceed 12,000 in the coming days. The fear of a migrant surge now prompting the government to send 1,500 troops to the border. But according to the Pentagon, they will not be involved in law enforcement activities. This is what Abbott had to say about that earlier.
President Trump sent soldiers to the border to secure the border. President Biden is sending 1,500, quote, soldiers to do paperwork. And that's not going to secure the border.
Governor Abbott, one of the nation's fiercest critics of the president's approach to the border crisis, speaking right now, actually turned it over to another person at this news conference, and he's involving the law enforcement there deployed to the southern border, and that is happening now. So, of course, we'll continue following this and find out the latest updates right here from your live center. Megan Patrice.
All right, Tom, thank you. Today, Anne Arundel County leaders join to discuss their budget. Topping our next half hour, we're going to preview today's meeting and talk about what Pittman is saying about that proposed tax increase.
But first, a lot of back and forth last week on the constitutionality of the Maryland digital tax. After the break, a taxpayers expert is weighing in on what happens if the tax is declared unconstitutional. 8:13, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
The Maryland Supreme Court last week hearing arguments regarding the constitutionality of the Maryland digital tax. It was approved in 2021 and levies a new tax on digital advertising. This morning, David Williams with the Taxpayers Protection Alliance joining us live to weigh in. David, good morning. What happens if the tax is declared unconstitutional? Then what?
Good morning, Megan. And the whole country is watching this because, as you said, there are a lot of issues with the constitutionality of this. But for Maryland, it's even more important because they have predicated this tax to raise money for education funding, and in particular, the Kerwin Commission, right? This is the $4 billion a year more in education spending. And what they're saying is through this new tax, they're going to bring in $250 million a year. So this could put a pretty big hole in that. And that's why everyone in Maryland is watching. But quite frankly, a digital advertising tax is something that has been tried, and states have offered this. And, you know, Maryland is the first state that's going to go, and it's gone to their Supreme Court. So this is really fascinating to see what happens in the coming weeks and months when the Supreme Court decides.
Would that change everything, all the decisions that were made then? If they were banking on the money from this advertising, now you don't have it, would our lawmakers then have to go back to the drawing board and rethink the budget?
Yeah, I really think they would, because again, this is a massive hole. And, you know, what we see with these tax increases is that they never come to fruition as to the revenue that's going to come in, whether it's this digital advertising tax, which could be zero, or when you have a new tax on tobacco or other things, it doesn't bring in the revenue. And I always look at it as fool's gold, right? As they think that they're going to bring, you know, billions and hundreds of millions of dollars, and it never materializes. Mm-hmm. And that puts a lot of pressure on the state. It puts a lot of pressure on taxpayers, and then they try to raise taxes somewhere else. So this is a game of trying to play catch up. But this is really fascinating to see this play out in real time. And again, this is not just a Maryland problem. This is going to be for the rest of the country, and whether or not they can tax digital advertising, because right now, Megan, advertising is not taxed. So this would be something that really discriminates against e-commerce, which the federal government says you can't do. You can't discriminate between e-commerce and regular commerce.
So what do you think is going to happen here? What's your prediction?
I think it's going to be thrown out. I think this tax is going to be ruled unconstitutional, and this is going to send shockwaves throughout the country and really tell legislators they can't do this. And again, this is going to be a tax on businesses, because once you tax, you know, the big companies, and they're trying to go after Google, Facebook, the big companies. Right. But it's going to, you know, trickle down because companies don't pay taxes. People do, and they will raise their advertising rates. So businesses in Maryland that want to use these big platforms are going to pay more for advertising. So all around, I think this is a mess for the state of Maryland, and they're going to have to find other ways to not, you know, listen, they're going to find out other ways to pay for, you know, Kerwin, or just get rid of it, right? Let's just get rid of the Kerwin Commission and start from scratch.
We'll see what happens on that end. David, as always, thanks for weighing in. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, well, it's 8:19, and we want to get another check of what's happening as we start this brand new work week.
Yeah. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is here, looking pretty good.
Yeah, not too bad outside. We're seeing a lot of sunshine that is out there. Had some rain showers that rolled in yesterday evening, and even this morning some patchy fog. But most of that is clearing out. Our Mile 1 Auto Group cam looking pretty good at this time. And you can see on our HD radar, there's not much to track here in terms of any precipitation. We are seeing some showers and even some storms from Chicago down through St. Louis, even Nashville and in the Mid-South. That's where we could see some severe weather develop later this afternoon. So that part of the country could be dealing with delays if you're trying to fly there today. But overall, we're staying nice and dry here on the East Coast. Well, this is Bromo Seltzer Tower Week. I'm so excited. Coming up on Wednesday, going to be right up there broadcasting live. Can't believe my dreams will be realized. So I hope you join us on Wednesday for that. 65 here this hour at the Bromo, and then temps in the mid-70s by noon. In fact, somebody sent me a picture, some viewer, of how there used to be a big old bottle on top of this tower, but it's not there now. Either way, we'll find out about all that fun stuff. 79 by that 3 o'clock hour. So overall, our temperatures well above average. And if you're flying around today, pilots, we're looking at VFR conditions, visual flight rules, no IMC to get in your way, even though we dealt with some of that this morning. Mid to upper 70s across central Maryland. Typically 73 is where we are this time of year. Now, pollen numbers, especially the grass, back up in that high category. Trees are back down to moderate. Most of those trees starting to get more of the leaves on them, less of the budding flowers, but the grass is starting to kick up, which means that you got to watch for yourself, especially if you're out there trying to cut the grass. Or if you're playing some baseball or just heading out to the ballpark, that grass will be smelling great tonight there at Camden Yards. 6:35 is that first pitch as the O's take on the Rays back in town for a 10-game homestand. Big, tough test tonight. The best record in Major League Baseball. The Rays are coming here, but the O's are nothing to shake a stick at, too. I mean, they're pretty good. One of the best teams in baseball. So even though we're coming off a couple of losses, see if we can right that ship tonight. All right, so here's a look at our future scam. A couple of clouds hanging around for today. Dry conditions. Here comes the rain early tomorrow morning. Those rain showers roll in and will stay with us off and on through the later part of the morning. Tomorrow afternoon, look at this. Mainly cloud cover, cooler temperatures, and then a few scattered showers late Tuesday night into Wednesday. So we're not talking about a lot of rain, but it's enough that it's going to bring us some freshness in the air, and you'll feel that, especially as we start to dry out on Wednesday and Thursday, looking good with warmer temperatures on the way later this week as well. Just 6 days until Mother's Day. It's coming up this Sunday. 3 weeks from today is Memorial Day, the unofficial start to summer, with that summer solstice coming in just 44 days from right now. Before you know, we'll be talking about summertime. Here's a look at that 7-day forecast. As I mentioned, cooler tomorrow, only in the mid-60s, but right back to those 70s and even lower 80s as we get into Mother's Day weekend.
The temperatures are warming up and spring is in full bloom. In our next half hour, how Baltimore County residents are celebrating.
And Pratt Street Market is back Thursdays from 11 to 2. Grab a bite, get involved. We'll tell you all about it coming up. And we'll talk to one of the major sponsors on the way on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
It is so Baltimore. Shake up your lunch break and go outside because the Pratt Street Market is open for business.
Perfect day to do that. Enjoy a rotating line of food and snacks and local vendors. We've got Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark live downtown to explain it all. Mark.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Getting ready for Thursday. Beth Goldberg with PNC Bank will be here and spreading the good news. Beth, tell us are you excited about Thursday, huh?
Oh my gosh, we are so excited. We're so pleased to be the presenting sponsor of this year's Pratt Street Market and to partner with the Downtown Partnership with Baltimore. You know, Baltimore is just such a great place to live, work, and play, and our employees are going to be coming down on Thursday to have a special lunch here. We can't wait for the whole spring and summer. The market's going to be here until September, and we just are so thrilled to really invest in the community and invest in downtown Baltimore.
It's so great, and there's so much vibrancy down here.
Absolutely.
You got the combination of that, you got the historic places, and again, all the vendors. So thank you so much.
So many things going on down here.
Thanks so much, Beth. Okay, that's what's happening, guys. Thursday is going down. Make plans to have lunch down here.
I think it sounds fun.
It does.
All right, Mark, we're going to put more information on our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
A major name set to join in a lawsuit against the Archdiocese of Baltimore. We'll tell you what attorney is now jumping into the suit just ahead.
Anne Arundel leaders holding another budget meeting today. Just ahead, why the county executive says it's necessary to raise your taxes. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
It's 8:30. We're going to bring you first right now to the scene of a light rail at the intersection right near the Timonium Business Park. This is right near the fairgrounds. Just to let you know, this is on Timonium Road. So right behind this car is where you would be able to see that that car dealership, but then you also can get into the track for the betting on the at the fairground. So it's blocking that intersection. You need to go around there. A bus bridge was requested between Lutherville and the Hunt Valley stations because of what is unfolding here. We're still trying to verify some of the comments that were made about what happened, but we do know that this will be closed for quite some time as police are still investigating, and we'll keep you updated as soon as we get some confirmed information.
Good morning to all of you. Thanks for joining us on this Monday, May 8th. I'm Megan Gilland.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we want to find out exactly how nice it's going to be. Meteorologist Justin Chambers looking at this. We've got a lot of lacrosse this afternoon going on. We've got kids doing a whole lot of activities after school.
Yeah, and outdoors will be great today, guys. We're talking about warmer temperatures than yesterday, staying nice and dry as well. Looking out over the inner harbor right now, out toward the Key Bridge, and boaters and watermen also not a bad day to be on the water. Just know there's a small craft advisory that is until 4 o'clock this afternoon. That's because that wind is going to kick up out of the north and northwest, about 10, could see some gusts to 20 knots, but waves still about a foot or less, with that high tide coming in just a little bit from right now at the Patapsco. Low tide 4:53 this afternoon. 79 for our high today. Notice we're quite a bit cooler tomorrow, only in the mid 60s with rain, and then more of those drier conditions and warmer temps back on Wednesday. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that for you coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Thank you, Justin. 8:31. Fox 45 News following three big stories for you at 8:30. Anne Arundel County leaders holding a budget meeting today. The importance it holds following a proposed tax increase. A big announcement is also expected today from well-known civil rights attorney Ben Crump. Lawsuit aiming at lifting the statute of limitations on childhood sex abuse and assault. Plus, one more, the alarms in Ukraine. Latest round of widespread attacks from Russia.
Well, we have live team coverage for you of our top stories this morning, starting with Shannon Lilly and a preview of the budget meeting happening today. Shannon.
Well, County Executive Stuart Pittman, Megan, is proposing to raise your taxes with this budget. He's saying he wishes it's something he didn't have to do, but he argues that it is necessary. And if you take a look right here on your screen, you can see his exact choice of words for that there. And then he goes on to say that this budget helps him tackle the issues that are morally the right thing to do, like hiring more police and firefighters and increasing pay. And he wants to do that same thing for teachers. He says that Anne Arundel County schools are short about 200 educators. That is something that we spoke with him about back in February. So take a listen.
We have a real shortage of personnel everywhere. Everybody does. We're almost 200 teachers short vacancies of existing positions. We're also looking at budget issues. They've got a huge request for additional money from the county to pay teachers more so that they can hire and retain.
So right here on your screen are the details for today's meeting. It's going to start at 11 this morning. It's happening at the Arundel Center. That's on 44 Calvert Street in Annapolis. And of course, we are going to continue to follow it, and we'll have more information on foxbaltimore.com. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Tomorrow, Fox 45 Morning News will be speaking live with Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman for the latest on his budget plan.
I'm feeling very, very sad because who in the hell would want to be excited about this horrible stuff that's going to be in these papers?
Developing this morning, weeks after the Maryland Attorney General's office released that scathing, nearly 500-page report on years of sex abuse and cover-ups in the Catholic Church, nationally recognized civil rights attorney is now joining the fight.
Ben Crump planning to file suit against the Archdiocese of Baltimore now.
And Taylor Stewart is joining us live with what's next on this ongoing legal saga. Taylor.
And by all means, it's just now ramping up, Megan and Tom. 5 years ago, the Attorney General's office launched this investigation. What they uncovered, years of sex abuse at the hands of clergy members here at the Archdiocese of Baltimore, followed by decades of cover-ups. Now, that report has 600 child abuse victims listed, 156 priests, a sweeping report that details just how this was carried out. Well, just a few weeks ago, Governor Westmore signed a bill into law that removed the statute of limitations. It's clearing the way for this lawsuit. So now, civil rights attorney Ben Crump is now stepping into this fight. Take a listen to what the Attorney General had to say when this investigation, or rather the findings of this investigation, were first revealed.
It's also a history of repeated cover-up of that abuse by the Catholic Church hierarchy. We hope that exposing the Archdiocese's transgressions to the fullest extent possible will bring some measure of accountability and perhaps encourage others to come forward.
And now Ben Crump and attorney Adam P. Slater, those are names you're likely going to hear a lot as the pair prepares their discovery in this case that the AG's office says is sordid with abuse of power. They say this is only possible because of the complicity of those who were in charge of leading the church. They focused not on protecting the victims, but ensuring that at all costs the abuse was hidden. And now we're going to keep you updated as that next motion, the first motion we filed in this case, and we'll let you know exactly what it contains. We're live in Baltimore. Taylor Stewart, Fox 45 News.
Thank you, Taylor. A fire broke out in southwest Baltimore earlier this morning. Take a look at some of these images right here. My goodness, fire department Twitter account says the flames began just after 4 this morning on Frederick Avenue, right near South Dukeland Street. A total of 5 homes were impacted by this, though 4 were vacant. Thankfully, no injuries have been reported, and the cause of the fire, though, is still under investigation.
Making headlines this morning, the National Fallen Firefighters Memorial honors 6 Maryland firefighters. This year's tribute honors 79 firefighters who died in the line of duty across the country and 65 who died in previous years. Each firefighter's name was inscribed on a plaque, becoming part of the national memorial to remember their sacrifice. President Joe Biden recording a message to the fallen and their families.
God made man, then he made a few firefighters. For most people, the overwhelming instinct is to run away from danger. But when that bell rings, you run toward it. And you and your families know there's a risk you might not come home. Today, we honor the absolute courage of firefighters across America who made that ultimate sacrifice.
Those honored at yesterday's ceremony include Baltimore Fire Lieutenants Paul Buttram and Kelsey Sadler, along with paramedic Kenny Lacayo. Each of their families were given a flag. Those 3 died battling a vacant home fire on Stricker Street in Baltimore last year. A program implemented after the Stricker Street fire may have saved lives Thursday in Baltimore. A vacant home went up in flames in North Baltimore, and thanks to the Code X-ray program, firefighters were able to safely respond. For months, local fire departments have been marking vacant homes with warning signs, letting first responders know if they are at high risk of collapsing. Fox 45 News' Maxine Stryker has done extensive reporting on that program. You can find her coverage at foxbaltimore.com.
Violence continues to plague Baltimore City. In our 9 o'clock hour, a closer look at violent crime numbers and why one faith leader says the city could reach a dangerous inflection point this summer.
Temperatures in the upper 70s with some possible showers to begin your work week. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking that next weather maker. Time now 8:38. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Just into our newsroom, Ukraine now reporting that Russia launched an airstrike on the city of Odessa and several other regions there. We're seeing what appears to be widespread destruction from these images here of the airstrikes. Ukrainian armed forces actually posting these pictures here. You can see what appears to be a large warehouse fire. Right now, it's not clear how many drones were launched, but we are getting word at least 5 people have been injured in all of that. The strike comes one day ahead of Moscow's Victory Day holiday, and that marks the anniversary of the defeat of Nazi Germany. It is seen as one of Russia's most important holidays. A live look now over Capitol Hill here this morning as some U.S. leaders are reportedly voicing optimism that China could help bring Russia to the negotiation table in the hopes of ending the war by the end of the year. That's the latest from our live center.
Tough weekend in Atlanta with back-to-back losses for the O's, where the Birds now stand in the AL East standings. And the popular social media app, Snapchat, offering a new feature, Run Through AI. Coming up after the break, why one doctor says that this can be very dangerous for our children. 8:42, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. .845, and one of the most popular social media apps for youth causing some controversy is Snapchat, which has recently announced and released a new AI feature.
Dee Dee Gatton joining us with a closer look at why some parents say they're concerned.
Behind a new Snapchat feature is a chatbot running the latest version of OpenAI's GPT technology. It can offer recommendations and answer questions. We tested it out. We asked what to get for Mother's Day and got several suggestions, from flowers to a spa day. Now, another question posed as a 16-year-old asked what to do if wanting to change genders. The response including finding a therapist, talking to a medical professional, and taking your time. Some other questions didn't include an age, like how to roll a cigarette.
So I think that this is very dangerous, and I think it's something that parents ought to be very aware of. And so don't be fooled by the fact that there are some innocuous, non-dangerous messages being sent to your children, because often they set the path for other sorts of communications and messages that are pretty dangerous and something that parents certainly do not want.
Under a new bipartisan proposal, companies like Meta, Google, and Twitter would be obligated to act against harmful content. Tech platforms would also be required to implement time-based restrictions and privacy features for those under 17 years old, those users. Snapchat is available to users age 13 and up. Reporting for the National Desk, I'm Dee Dee Gatton.
All right, Dee Dee, thank you. This week, we're beginning with some warmer temperatures, then maybe some rain.
Yeah, a little bit of rain, and that's fine right now. We've had a beautiful Saturday, so we got that in. Let's find out. Meteorologist Justin Chambers is looking at Wednesday for you, my man.
It's a big
day. Going to be a big one.
Huge.
Big day. Yeah.
It's time.
Live from the Bromo Seltzer Tower. Yeah, excited about that. But right now, we're looking out over Fort McHenry and out toward the Key Bridge. And we definitely have that sun that is out there kind of mixed in with some clouds as well. Not much in the way of rainfall. We had the rain that rolled through late yesterday afternoon and into the evening time. Left over this morning some patchy fog, but even that is starting to burn off a little bit. Storms are firing south of Chicago, down through St. Louis into Nashville as well. We could see more of those storms develop in that part of the country later today in the Central Plains and the Mid-South as well. So just be aware if you're traveling there. That same weather maker is going to roll closer to us by tomorrow, but not really in the form of anything strong to severe, but may hear a rumble of thunder or two as we get into early tomorrow morning. Hitting the links today, golfers, not a bad day, too. 67 in the 9 o'clock hour, mid-70s by noon, and into the upper 70s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. So a good day for outdoor activities, especially before the rain rolls in tomorrow. Mid to upper 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs today. Reisterstown at 74, 77 in Towson over through Lutherville and Timonium as well. Howard and Anne Arundel counties keeping those mid to upper 70s going for you. Elk Ridge and Odenton all the way down to Annapolis, even across the Bay Bridge and into the Eastern Shore. Good morning to you. Mid to upper 70s. Chestertown, Centerville, down through Easton there in Talbot County for this afternoon. Now, numbers here are looking good. And if you do want to get the grass cut today, you're fine on your mowcast. Notice on Tuesday we have a red light because that rain rolls in tomorrow. So not going to be cutting the grass tomorrow, but by Wednesday will be drier, and especially later this week. As you can see on our future scan, this is Monday afternoon, mix of clouds and sun for us for today. Rain rolls in. It's late tonight into early tomorrow morning. So again, that's when we could hear a rumble of thunder or two, but mainly a wet commute for your Tuesday morning. Off and on showers through the middle part of the day, and even in the later part of the afternoon, definitely cooler air will be in place, and we're going to see that cloud cover staying with us as well, and some leftover showers late Tuesday night into early Wednesday. But Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, the drier air is here, and we will warm up as well. Not tracking any rain, not until we get into the weekend. Shout out to Eileen L., and that is Cody, who is actually a service animal for Pets on Wheels and got the AKC distinguished. So happy to report that. Cody looking great there. And Eileen, thank you for sending in a picture of your pup. And we love to get your pet pics too. JCChambers at foxbaltimore.com. That's the email. You can hit me on Twitter, on Chime In, Instagram, Facebook. We'd love to put your pet pics on TV. O's are back in town tonight. Great night for baseball here in Charm City. Tomorrow, a little iffy, only because it'll be cooler and wetter. But by Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we're making up for it with very nice conditions. And we are tracking our next round of rain into the beginning of Mother's Day weekend, even though our temperatures will be into the lower 80s. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is Rebel the dog, and Jerry sent this picture in of Rebel just kind of hanging out in the sunroom. Very nice there. So thank you, Jerry, for sending that picture in. We'd love to see the view through your window. Just go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/chime in, or scan that QR code, that squiggly thing right there on your screen.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our roads, we've got your Len Stoller traffic network. We are getting word about a crash. This is on the inner loop right near 795. A live look from that area right now. You can see traffic now being impacted by this. We've got cars just inching along through the area. That's indicated now on the map as well. You can see the yellow and the red right there. Let's go ahead and take a live look now from our traffic photojournalist, Graham. He is in the area, meantime, of the Timonium Business Park. You can see the light rail not moving from that intersection. We are waiting to find out more about what happened there. But again, a big situation happening out there right now. You can see the police tape now around it. We'll keep you posted as soon as we learn more. This morning, the Orioles are trying to shake off a not so great weekend in Atlanta.
Yeah, they started off strong with the series opening win and then the safe straight at that. But then in games 2 and 3, the O's ended up down by 1 at the end of those games. To put those losses in perspective, though, they did take on the best teams in the National League. Yeah. Today, the O's are back home as they take on the Tampa Bay Rays, the best team currently in the AL. First pitch, 6:35.
Going to be tough. Let's go ahead and take a look at the AL East standings here. On top are the 28-7 Rays. The O's 5.5 back. The division is the best in baseball right now, as no team has a losing record. Pretty incredible. Keep it going.
Yankees are at the bottom.
Yes, they are. 10 games back. Yes. Is that what it said? Well, trending this morning, spring is in full bloom, and Baltimore County residents come together to enjoy the 54th Towson Town Spring Festival.
Weekend event stretches across Chesapeake, Pennsylvania, Washington, and Baltimore avenues in Towson. There's plenty of activities for attendees to engage in, too, including live music, gourmet food trucks, and a whole lot more. In fact, more than 300 vendors, which included some face painting, roller coaster rides. Baltimore County Executive Johnny Olszewski, as you see the new police chief there, too. Robert McCullough, both in attendance, the one that is the tallest in almost all of the pictures. That's the county executive, Olszewski, followed by McCullough right next to him to the right. Yeah, they look like they're almost close in height.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Shine Medical Center.
It is that time of year that we celebrate Mom, and you could win extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone, scan the QR code there for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. You can play our Mother's Day Mania Trivia Contest. You get the question right, and guess what? You could win the $100 daily prize. You don't even need to be a mom. Again, scan the QR, get the Mother's Day Mania Trivia question of the day, and good luck.
Well, Mother's Day, as we just heard, just a couple days away. It's this Sunday, so why not get her a gift that she will never forget? Coming up in her next hour, shop local, right? There's a local shop right now where you can explore a variety of options, all for Mom.
Plus, learn not only how to strengthen your body, but also your mind. In our 9 o'clock hour, some exercises you'll want to know to improve your mental health. And one exercise that always helps my mental health?
Yeah, and sometimes that's even got coffee there. Why not in the morning? It's time for a coffee break.
Sounds good. Planet Fitness is providing a way for teens to fill up their summer days with a free gym membership. It's part of the Fitness Center's High School Summer Pass program. Starting May 15th, teenagers ages 14 to 19 can go to a Planet Fitness location right near them for free after they sign up. The program's start comes during Mental Health Awareness Month. The company says they want teenagers to put an importance on their mental and physical well-being. 10 teenagers taking part in the program could win $1,000 each in scholarships. To join the contest, they have to post a TikTok about their experience in the program. Well, there is some uncertainty on whether or not Lizzo will be performing tomorrow in Baltimore. The singer announcing on social media that she is suffering from strep throat, making her postpone one of her concerts Saturday. Lizzo is scheduled to perform CFG Bank Arena tomorrow, but Live Nation has not made an announcement if that concert has been postponed. She did promise that tickets would be honored at rescheduled tour dates. Now it's time for today's America Steals and Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Naki.
This will come as a surprise to you guys, but the #1 cause of accidents is distracted driving. This is Drop Stop. Let me tell you about this innovative product. One of the founders of Drop Stop was driving down Sunset Boulevard, got distracted, jumped a curve, almost hit someone. And after the accident, he looked down to where his phone had dropped and he had a light bulb moment as he wondered why nobody has invented something to fill the gap. And that's when Drop Stop was born. You know exactly what I'm talking about. When you're driving, you drop your phone down that void on either side of your seat, whether you're a passenger or a driver, and all of a sudden you're like this, right? You're distracted. This fills that void. It's that simple. This fits right over the seatbelt, and you stuff it right into that gap, driver or passenger side. This is the black hole of where everything in your life falls down in your car. Your wallet, your keys, your phone. Now, this is one of the top 10 selling products on Shark Tank. We are giving you guys an incredible offer today. Take advantage of this. These make wonderful gifts. Give them to everyone in your life who drives. You can absolutely afford to do so. Go to asadeals.com.
We are following two big stories for you this hour.
A community organizing a peace walk through Canton as they are still mourning the loss of 23-year-old Fabian Sanchez Gonzalez. How Mayor Brandon Scott is responding to the recently violent Baltimore.
Many residents are left asking, did lawmakers do enough to address juvenile crime? The concerns one local faith leader has on how they're handling all the crime in Baltimore. Well, good morning to you on this Monday, May 8th. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. Let's bring in meteorologist Justin Chambers, who's been looking at the forecast.
Yeah, looking pretty good, ladies. We're talking about warmer temperatures for today. A lot of sunshine that's out there already. In fact, we've already slid into the 70s this hour, and it's only 9 o'clock. So here's a look at our Towson camera right now. Lots of sunshine. That's going to be the case today, where we'll see those numbers that will continue to be in the above average category. Still a lot of 60s hanging around for Owens Mills and Cockeysville up to Bel Air. 68 in Dundalk, 65 Glen Burnie, Elkridge, you're at 66 this hour. So next couple of hours, numbers will keep climbing. We'll be in the mid to upper 70s through midday and close to 80 for our high this afternoon. Mix of clouds and sun, above average temps, and that sun's up until 8:06 tonight. So definitely seeing plenty of those daylight hours to get those outdoor activities in. Back with your full forecast. We'll do that in just a few minutes from right now.
All right, Justin, thank you. Looking at our Len Stoller traffic network, we've got another look here from the inner loop near 795. A live look here. We are getting word 2 vehicles were involved in a crash there. That's a live look from the area. Traffic actually better than it was before. It was kind of inching by. Speeds are a little faster than it was, but again, an area that you'll want to try to avoid if possible. New this morning now, police are investigating a hit-and-run crash. This happened on East Saratoga Street, where they say the driver of an SUV drove onto a curb, hitting 2 victims. The driver then parked the SUV, fled from the location on foot. The victims were both taken to the hospital, where one of them died. If you know anything, you are asked to call investigators at 410-396-2606.
And we have new pictures just into the newsroom that you're seeing there as we are following the breaking news about that fire in southwest Baltimore. The fire department Twitter account says these flames began just after 4 this morning on Frederick Avenue near South Dukeland Street. A total of 5 homes were affected, although 4 of them were vacant. No injuries have been reported so far. The cause of the fire is still under investigation.
Baltimore City Comptroller Bill Henry is endorsing Councilman Zeke Cohen in his campaign for City Council President. In a statement, Henry says that Cohen is the kind of leader that brings together everybody in the room and helps them find ways to move the city forward. Cohen will take on incumbent City Council President Nick Mosby in the primary election for the seat next spring.
We need to do something to stop the violence and to stop other families from going through the same pain that we, alongside many others, are going through.
Cannot continue to allow families like this family to be feeling the pain that they are feeling in this heart, to lose their son, their brother, people to lose their friend over nothing. We all have to be committed to being better. We all have to be committed to seeking out justice.
Turning now to a city in crisis, Baltimore residents fed up with the ongoing crime.
Just yesterday, the family of 23-year-old T-Mobile worker took part in a peace walk demanding accountability. It comes as some critics argue that lawmakers didn't do enough during the legislative session to address the crime crisis, especially when it comes to juvenile crime.
We have live team coverage for you this morning in just a few minutes. Taylor Stewart is going to be joining us live with the concerns from residents surrounding the juvenile crime crisis and what can be done to stop it. But we begin this morning with Shannon Lilly. She is joining us live from Canton here. We're going to get to her with the calls from the community following that peace walk. Shannon.
Well, the community is calling for change, Megan, because according to sources, we are now learning that Fabian's accused killer was already under the supervision of the Department of Juvenile Services when this all took place. And so the family says the system not only failed them, but it failed Fabian, and it will likely fail another family.
Criminals should not be in the streets. We don't know what's going to happen. If they were to be let out again, they could harm another family. We just don't know.
That was Fabian's brother you just heard from, and this right here is Fabian's accused killer. He's 18-year-old Arthur McAden, and his alleged accomplice, his 14-year-old brother. Investigators say the 2 teens also committed a robbery in New Jersey just hours before robbing this T-Mobile. So yesterday, friends and family held a peace walk in honor of Fabian. The mayor and Councilman Zeke Cohen were here, and we spoke with Councilman Cohen. He's calling for an overhaul on a system he says has failed so many people.
It just is a true breakdown in systems to have them out there, and it is a conversation that needs to be with DJS, with parole and probation, with all of these agencies that need to truly hold folks accountable.
So, of course, the family is just hoping that that accountability comes sooner rather than later. Meanwhile, we know that McAden is due back in court next month for a bail review, and we'll continue to follow this. Reporting live in Canton, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News has sent questions to Baltimore's delegation in Annapolis asking, do you believe DJS is doing enough to help rehabilitate young people who have gotten involved in crime? And also, has this latest incident involving a young person changed your view of the juvenile crime trend and how young offenders should be handled? Also, was it a mistake for lawmakers not to implement tougher penalties for young people who have committed violent crimes during this last legislative session? We received a lengthy response from Delegate Marlon Ampry, who says former Governor Larry Hogan failed to properly fund and staff the state correction systems. You can read Delegate Ampry's entire statement on our website, foxbaltimore.com. Well, we continue our team coverage this morning on the violence that is plaguing the city.
Taylor Stewart joining us live with a closer look at violent crime numbers and why one faith leader says the city could reach a dangerous inflection point this summer if they don't get ahead of the gun violence now. Taylor.
And Megan, that's really because school lets out in a few weeks. That means the city's youngest residents will be out and about. They'll have more free time. But based on the data, those young people are most likely to become the victims of violent crime here in Baltimore. Now, data from the mayor's Safety Hood Neighborhood and Accountability Dashboard shows that overall, year over year, crime is down in the city. But if you parse those numbers out and look solely at violent crime impacting people under 20, totally different picture. You're talking about 15% increase in shootings and a 30% increase in deadly shootings. We're talking about people who can't even vote yet. Now, as the city inches closer to the summer, a faith leader is speaking out saying the city must act now in order to get a handle on the gun violence. What can city leaders, city council, folks at the top tell folks to really ensure them that their safety is a priority?
I think when you think about communities and neighborhoods, one, we want to make certain that there are actually eyes on the street. Are the cameras working? Are security systems in place? I think we need to revitalize and re-energize and even monetize our citizens on patrol, actually block watchers.
So block watchers, as Reverend Al Hathaway puts it, will likely be key in helping enforce the mayor's upcoming juvenile curfew. That takes effect on Memorial Day weekend. It comes with a summer initiative announced by the mayor just late April that encompasses wide wraparound services, summer programming. All of that will be key, according to the faith leader we spoke to, in getting crime under control for young people. That's the latest here in Baltimore. I'm Taylor Stewart. Good day, Baltimore.
Thank you, Taylor. As the debt ceiling deadline inches closer, Senate Republicans are banding together to project a united front.
National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joins us live from Capitol Hill. And Kayla, what does this mean for negotiations?
Well, it means that Senate Republicans have the power to block a bill that raises the debt ceiling without making any spending cuts. Senator Schumer saying Senate Democrats might consider a bill to lift the ceiling without any spending reform. But to do so, Democrats do need 9 Republicans on board, and at this point, they don't have those numbers. 43 GOP senators sending a letter to Schumer, which says in part, quote, "Our economy is in free fall due to unsustainable fiscal policies. This trajectory must be addressed with fiscal reforms." The House has taken a responsible first step in coming to the table with their proposals. It's imperative that the president now do the same, end quote. This comes as congressional leadership and President Biden are preparing to meet to discuss the debt limit tomorrow. And this is the first meeting between House Speaker Kevin McCarthy and Biden in more than 3 months.
All right, Kayla Gaskins live in Washington. Thank you. Right now, Republican lawmakers are scrambling to gain support for a sweeping border protection package, and several border towns are under renewed emergency declarations with thousands of migrants flooding the streets.
We have Tom Rogers at our live center following the already worsening crisis ahead of Thursday's expiration of Title 42. Tom.
That's right. Megan Petrie is taking you live right now to El Paso, where you can see a migrant shelter over flooding with just different people trying to sleep and be out of the sun here in the Texas heat. It's been raising concerns ahead of that pandemic-era policy that is expiring Thursday, potentially sparking a historic migrant surge. In fact, take a look at some of these new images showing 100 to 150 foreign nationals found on a train north of Texas-Mexico border. Texas officials with the Kinney County Sheriff's Office, that's right near Uvalde, say it's unknown how many illegal migrants got away, but they estimate anywhere between 50 to 100. Well, border towns now declaring states of emergency as they become completely overrun with illegal migrants. The Department of Public Safety reporting more than 9,000 per day, shattering the previous day high recorded that was in December at 7,200 daily. An alarming problem, though, echoed by U.S. Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas, seen here, who went to the border Friday, calling the circumstances at the border, quote, extremely challenging, and expecting the daily surge of migrants who are caught illegally crossing into the U.S. to exceed 12,000 in the coming days. The fear of this migrant surge now prompting the government to send 1,500 troops to the border. But according to the Pentagon, they will not be involved in any law enforcement activities. Here's Texas Governor Greg Abbott in that response.
President Trump sent soldiers to the border to secure the border. President Biden is sending 1,500, quote, soldiers to do paperwork. And that's not going to secure the border.
Again, though, that's Texas Governor Greg Abbott, one of the nation's fiercest critics of the president's approach to the border crisis. He's expected to hold a news conference. He did one earlier this morning out of San Antonio at a military base there, where he was talking about the law enforcement being deployed to the southern border. And he was standing in front of them. He was actually sitting in front of them as they were walking behind him, being sent down to the border a little bit further south of where he was, saying that it doesn't make sense for them not to be involved with stopping people as they cross the border, and had told us earlier this morning that he had closed up certain gaps along the walls or along the barbed wire areas that were set up as they saw hundreds, if not thousands, of migrants coming across some of those regions. But they're just, every time they close one, another hole opens up. So that's what he said just about an hour ago when he was giving a live press conference to the media. We'll, of course, keep you posted right here from the Live Center. Megan and Patrice.
Anne Arundel County executive is proposing a tax increase just ahead. Why? He's saying it's necessary.
And a civil rights attorney filing a lawsuit on behalf of the Archdiocese abuse survivors. Still ahead this morning, what we can expect from the lawsuit aimed at lifting the statute of limitations. It is 9:12 on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. One of the fastest rising stand-up comedians and best joke writer is coming to Baltimore. Joining us live now to share more is the class act himself, Sam Morrell. Sam, good morning. Thanks for joining us.
I think I got my publicist there. Hey, what's up?
There you go. It's good to have you here.
Good to be here.
So you have your class act tour going on right now. You've been traveling all over the place. When are you coming to Baltimore?
This Friday.
And are you excited? What?
No, I'm kidding.
You really have a way of getting people to come to your show, Sam.
I'm very excited. Baltimore is the Paris of the Maryland area.
There you go. Now you're starting to win us over here. What are you talking about? What's going to get us out there?
Oh, I'm going to talk about all kinds of stuff. Mass murder, abortion, race relations in the country, a lot of light topics, but I think they make them pretty funny. So that helps.
Light and fluffy. So how do you talk about those kind of things and make that funny?
You just add jokes,
It's what you do.
You take the topics and then I go, check this out. Here's a joke. It's crazy.
You've been working on a lot of stuff. Do you like stand-up the best?
Oh, yeah. I mean, whatever I do, I'll always look at me. I'm on a roof there. I mean, how miserable. I went where pigeons went, to restore my sanity during COVID. I was performing on strangers' roofs. So, yeah, stand-up is always what it comes back to.
What made you do that?
Well, there were no clubs open in New York, and I still wanted to tell jokes. So I'll go wherever, whoever had a roof, a mic, and an amp. I was like, I'm in. Just show up.
Craving the audience. So what is it like now being back in the clubs?
It's great. It's great. I mean, I feel like no one cares. But, it was like, 2 years ago, everyone's like, if you breathe on me, I'm going to die. And now I'm just, everyone's hugging again. It's nice.
It's a different feel once again.
Yeah.
So you're going to be in Baltimore. How long are you going to be here?
I'll spend the night, but last time I spent the night, someone tried to break into my hotel room, and it felt like it was a scam. Like the guy at the front desk helped, so he gave him a key card, and thank God I put the bolt up. But yeah, I was ready to go. So like 2:30 a.m. It was definitely a scam. And then I called the front desk to complain. The guy at the front desk was like, "What?" And I said, "Someone tried to break in my room," and he was like, "No, they didn't." And I was like, "What?"
And somehow you're brave enough to come back? You're going to brave this?
Yeah. Well, I'm in a nicer hotel now. I'm not staying at the Crackhead Inn this time.
I was going to ask you where you stayed. All right. Well, I'm glad that we've upgraded your amenities here, and hopefully this will be...
at the Crackhead Inn, so I could go back, but I don't want to.
Well, I think the safe bet is to go to the new place. We're excited that you're coming. Tickets are available now.
I can't wait. It's going to be epic. I will put on the best show of my career. And it's all for Baltimore, We'll
be there for it. Sam, nice to meet you. Thanks for joining us.
Let's go, Baltimore.
He's excited. He's ready to come. Justin, you going for it?
About him being excited?
Yeah, let's go. He did your let's go.
I did like that. Yeah. A little fist pump action. Yeah, getting good.
Sure
and
thing.
yeah, should be a lot of fun coming up this Friday. Right now, looking out over the Oriole Park at Camden Yards. Beautiful shot here this morning. We like the sun on the warehouse right there, and the O's back in town tonight. 10-game home stretch in a row. Now, boaters and watermen, small craft advisory, be aware of that. That goes until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Looking for those northwest winds to kick up about 10 to 20 knots and waves about a foot or more potentially. That high tide here just happened a few moments ago, but back to the low tide at 4:53 in the Fort McHenry area. So 70s is what we're talking about for your numbers this afternoon. Not only getting on the boat, but maybe flying. I don't have my seaplane rating. I would like to do that. We got a lot of water around here. I don't know anybody that has a seaplane, but anyway, if you do, holler at me. VFR all day. Visual flight rules, whether you're landing on the water or at Martin State, maybe over there at BWI, our great airports we have around here. Westminster, one of my favorites as well. Mid to upper 70s in Westminster today. 79 in Baltimore City. 79 as well in Chestertown. Eastern Shore, a lot of great places to land over there with those numbers that are going to be in the above average category. Close to 80 in D.C. this afternoon. We headed down the ocean over the weekend. It was great down there at Ocean City. Things are starting to open up and get going. High of 69 there for this afternoon if you're heading down the ocean. Here's a look at your O's cast. Now, the Rays are in town. They have the best record in baseball. Baltimore, yeah, we got a pretty darn good record, too, as we're looking good. One of the best teams here at home. And so we hope that we can see what happens with that game tonight and this 3-game series against the division opponents. But 6:35 is that first pitch. We're talking about mid-70s. Should be great weather. Kyle Gibson on the mound tonight. So we'll see what happens with all of that. Now, notice our temps are going down. We're going to stay above average today, but we drop below average tomorrow. It's brief in terms of that cool down because we warm right back up into Wednesday and Thursday. And we're back into the 80s as we approach this upcoming weekend. So here's a look at our future scan. Today, staying dry, few clouds here and there. Tomorrow, we'll get a few showers in the morning time and then off and on showers through the middle part of the day. Now the models are bringing more of that rain in late tomorrow into the afternoon and evening time. And this doesn't bode well for the game tomorrow night that we'll be seeing. So we could have to maybe have a postponement or at least a delay for that game. But don't worry, they can make it up on Wednesday. Look at that. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, all looking good with plenty of sunshine and warmer temperatures as well. So 6 days until Mother's Day. We're 21 days until Memorial Day. So 3 weeks from today, the unofficial start to summer. And we're just 44 days from the summer solstice. That's right. First day of summer is almost here. Here's that 7-day forecast. Tomorrow, the wet day, but then we're dry all the way through Friday. Another round of some showers being picked up on Saturday as we approach Mother's Day weekend. Maybe even a few showers left over from Mom on Sunday as well.
All right, Justin, thank you. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. Still ahead this morning, the exercises you need to know that will help work out your body and mind.
And Mother's Day is going to be here before you know it. So if you haven't already bought a gift for her, why not shop locally? After the break, some gift ideas that you can get so Mom will have the perfect present. 9:21, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Surprise the special woman in your life this Mother's Day with a gift she is sure to love. That one right there? Oh, that's a good one. Shop local and explore the boutiques around Hamden. Susanna Seiger from Ma Petite Shoes. She is with us today, and she has a variety of options. Good morning. Always good to see you.
Always good to be here.
Okay, I always find something that I like personally when you come.
That's part of it.
When you come, I'm a mom. I can buy it for myself. All right, but let's go down the line of what you have.
Oh, great.
Ma Petite Shoes. We start with shoes.
This is my shop. This is Ma Petite Shoes, shoes and chocolate. And I brought a lovely little flowered leather sandal.
That's really cute. There you
and
go.
sea salt caramels.
Lift.
So these are chocolate covered caramels with all different kinds of sea salt from around the world covered in them.
I personally think you can't go wrong with chocolate.
Absolutely.
All right, and so what is this? Because I thought it was a thing, but this is something you could make a lot of things.
Yes, this is from our yarn shop in Hamden called Lovely Yarns, and these are plant-based yarns. Blue Heron is the name of the company, and it's out of Lewis, Delaware.
They have such pretty, different things.
Gorgeous, lush colors.
I wish I knew how to do something with that.
Yes, for the crocheters, and they also will help you if you want to learn.
Good to know. All right, moving on to this. This is what caught my eye when I first walked over. I love this.
This is a beautiful shop on 36th Street. This is called Milagro, and they have global gifts, so fair trade. And this is this tote bag is made out of Mayan textiles.
So really like that.
Really a neat shape and a neat size, great for moms.
Very good. All right, and then jewelry. It's always another big seller for Mother's Day.
This is from Parisian Flea, and they are vintage and estate jewelry. So we have first this wonderful piece that's an amethyst necklace made by Charles Horner, circa 1905.
Okay.
And this piece was originally a stick pin, and Parisian Flea converted it to a necklace.
Look at that. That's very nice.
So really clever design.
Okay, and some bracelets if you like that kind of thing too.
Yes, gold bracelets.
All right, and then finally, what do we have down here?
This is a wonderful mosaic studio and gallery. So they do make the mosaics right there. It's called Andamento.
Okay.
And it's on Chestnut in Hamden, on Chestnut Avenue. And the mosaics are made from stained glass, but also stones and gemstones. So it's really a neat, unique gift for mom.
All right, talk about the importance of buying local, because a lot of people, you know, you go to Amazon, and I'm guilty of that. You just, go there because it's quick and it's easy. But why are we getting out to do it locally?
Well, you're discovering really unique things.
Yes.
You're supporting the local economy, and it's just a wonderful, feel-good kind of thing to do. I mean, it's really, we're right here near TV Hill in Hamden. So.
And it's perfect. You just get out and you just walk down the street, because then you can hit all the shops. You can go have something to eat. I mean, it's a nice little walk up and down that way.
And the restaurants will be having all kinds of fun things happening on Mother's Day, too, if you want to come out on Mother's Day.
Okay, perfect. We've got you covered there. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you.
All right, let's get out.
This Fox 45 News segment is sponsored by Chime Medical Center.
It is that time of year where we celebrate Mom, and you could win some extra spending money every day from now until May 12th. Grab your phone, scan the QR code for your chance to win a $100 Visa gift card. Just play our Mother's Day Mania trivia contest. If you get the question right, you could win the $100 daily prize, but you don't even have to be a mom. Again, you just have to scan the QR code and you'll get the Mother's Day Mania trivia question of the day, and good luck with it. The new work week is starting with warm temperatures and rain just ahead, when we can expect the next round of showers and the storms to hit our region.
Anne Arundel leaders holding another budget meeting today. Just ahead, why the county executive says it's necessary to raise your taxes. You're watching Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Welcome back on this Monday morning, 9:31. I'm Patrice Sanders.
I'm Megan Gilland. I feel like we've gotten over the hump. It's now going to be warm for summer.
No, he already said that's not.
I don't believe it. I think we're going to be fine.
I tried to say that at like 4 this morning. He shut me down quick. Meteorologist.
I think we're there. I mean,
tomorrow we're already not going to be there. It's going to be cold again.
50s is okay.
No,
no
it's
more
not.
40s.
No, 50s is not okay for summer.
60s tomorrow. That'll be
That's still not okay for summer.
Yeah. So, but we're not
And
quite in summer yet. We're getting there and definitely feeling warmer. Upper 70s today, looking great for the afternoon. Numbers are going to be cooler with that rain that's rolling back in for tomorrow from our Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Just a few clouds hanging out right now and definitely warm already. It's all kind of muggy too out there. So mid to upper 70s if you're out for your run or your jog, definitely getting your sweat on here. Quick glance forecast topping out close to 80 today. Those temperatures staying in the above average category. But yeah, tomorrow we're going to have a pretty significant drop with numbers back to the 60s, the cloud cover and the rain that will be with us. Right back to the 70s, however, into Wednesday. So we're looking good for the middle of the week. We're back with your full forecast in just a few minutes from right now.
All right. Thank you, Justin. Happening today, Anne Arundel County leaders will hold another budget meeting today, and it is the first meeting since County Executive Stuart Pittman's weekly letter addressed the proposals included tax increase.
Shannon Lilly is joining us now with a preview of that meeting and what Pittman is saying about that tax increase. Shannon.
Yeah, in short, the county executive, Patrice, is saying that he wishes he didn't have to propose a tax increase, but he argues that it is necessary. And if you take a look right here on your screen, you can see his exact choice of words for that there. But then he goes on to say that this budget helps him tackle the issues that are morally the right thing to do, like hiring more police and firefighters and also boosting their pay. And that's also something that he wants to do for teachers. We know that Anne Arundel County schools are short about 200 educators. That is something that we spoke with the county executive about back in February. So take a listen to that.
We have a real shortage of personnel everywhere. Everybody does. We're almost 200 teachers short vacancies of existing positions. We're also looking at budget issues. They've got a huge request for additional money from the county to pay teachers more so that they can hire and retain.
So right here on your screen are the details for today's meeting. It's set to start at 11 this morning at the Arundel Center. That's on 44 Calvert Street, right in Annapolis. So, of course, we will be monitoring that meeting, and we'll have more information on foxbaltimore.com. Reporting live, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Shannon, thank you. Tomorrow on Fox 45 Morning News, we're going to speak live with the Anne Arundel County Executive, Stuart Pittman, for the latest on the budget.
I'm feeling very, very sad because who in the hell would want to be excited about this horrible stuff that's going to be in these papers?
Weeks after the Maryland Attorney General's office released a scathing, nearly 500-page report on years of sex abuse and cover-ups in the church, a nationally recognized civil rights attorney joins the fight.
Ben Crump is planning to file suit against the Archdiocese of Baltimore. Taylor Stewart joining us live now with what is next in this ongoing legal saga. Taylor. Sounds like we might be having trouble with Taylor's mic here. We're going to try to check back in with her in just a moment. Well, while Texas deals with a massive migrant surge, the state is also making national headlines for 2 mass killings in the past 2 days.
Tom Rogers is in our live center now with updates on a shooting and a rogue driver. Tom.
Yeah, that's right. This is Allen, Texas, and I'm going to talk to you about that in just a second. A live look right outside. You can see a reporter interviewing people here as they're gathering in front of this memorial. First, we want to go to Brownsville, Texas, where police are preparing to arrest the hospitalized driver of an SUV that slammed into a crowd, killing 10 people who were just waiting for a bus Sunday outside of a migrant shelter in the border city of Brownsville, Texas. Taking a look at some of this grainy video ago. 18 others were injured when police say the SUV goes through a red light. Witnesses say purposely driving up onto the curb while people were sitting on it waiting for a bus, striking some of the dozens that were gathered there. The driver is not being cooperative, according to police, and some say he should be charged with hate crime as the bus stop is close to a migrant center in Brownsville. Officials say the vehicle ended up flipping over and then rolling down the sidewalk, hitting even more pedestrians. Now, that happened Sunday. Let's go to Texas here, north of Dallas, also in the same state, the suburb of city of Allen, where I used to work when I first got into the news business here. Is just shock as a mass shooting unfolds at this outlet mall. 8 people were killed, children, even a mall security guard included in that shooting. 7 others wounded as the gunman was killed by an Allen officer who was on that campus, that massive outlet center campus, for another call at the time. Governor Greg Abbott points to more mental health funding as a suspected gunman has a history of mental health disorders. Abbott says anger is the driving force behind this random gunfire. Well, Texas officials say they are looking into the 33-year-old's social media posts and tell media outlets to not jump to conclusions. That's one of the victims there until their investigation is complete, as some outlets are reporting the Allen mass shooting was more hate-based. So they're saying wait until they figure out exactly what's going on. I want to take you back out to Allen, Texas here. It's a suburb of north of Dallas, which has been known for being a safe haven and away from violence. This is its first encounter of something on this scale, even close resembling this scale, in the city of Allen, that suburb here. I'm taking you live. That's the latest from our live center. Megan and Patrice, back to you.
Coming up, the Commanders could soon have a new owner. Just ahead, we're going to look at if they'll get a new field, too.
And we have lots of sunshine. Highs in the 70s today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know how long it lasts. It is 9:37 and you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
In 40 weeks after the Maryland Attorney General's office released a scathing, nearly 500-page report on years of sex abuse and cover-ups in the church, a nationally recognized civil rights attorney is joining the fight.
Ben Crump planning to file suit against the Archdiocese of Baltimore. We want to head back out to Taylor Stewart joining us with what's next in this ongoing legal saga. Taylor.
Well, that's right. It's really just ramping up. Today, we're learning Attorney Ben Crump will be representing the victims who've endured abuse at the hands of the clergy here in Baltimore. Now, the AG's report, as you said, nearly 500 pages, details abuse at the hands of clergy members. 156 are named in the report, listing 600 victims. But we've also spoke to victims who say there are likely hundreds more who've never come forward because they didn't feel they could get vindication in court. Well, just last month, Governor Westmore signed a measure that created a way for these cases to be prosecuted in civil court, removing that current statute of limitations. Take a listen to what Attorney Brown had to say when he first revealed the findings of this investigation.
It's also a history of repeated cover-up of that abuse by the Catholic Church hierarchy. We hope that exposing the Archdiocese's transgressions to the fullest extent possible will bring some measure of accountability and perhaps encourage others to come forward.
Now, along with Attorney Ben Crump, you'll also hear the name Adam P. Slater. Those two are going to work on their discovery as they prepare to defend the victims who endured this abuse. According to the AG, this only went on for so long because of the complicity and the abuse of power inside the church to cover all of this up. So hopefully more will come to light. That first motion, when it's filed in court, we will let you know. We're live in Baltimore. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, Taylor, thank you. In your Sports Unlimited, Dan Snyder has owned the Washington Commanders for more than 2 decades, and the team has played at FedEx Field for almost as long.
Well, now both could be changing. With a new owner comes talks of a new stadium. And D.C., Maryland, and Virginia have all expressed interest. I'm saying no to Virginia.
A lot of talks here. The team itself and Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia, who chairs the Committee on Appropriations, have reportedly been lobbying Congress to turn control of the RFK Stadium site over to the D.C. government. Right now, that land is currently owned by the federal government. Big distinction there.
D.C. Councilmember Kenyon McDuffie has also been very vocal recently about using the old site for a new state-of-the-art football stadium. Former Washington Commanders player Brian Mitchell gave his thoughts on the situation.
It is the Washington Commanders, right? So I think they should be playing in Washington. Listen, I think it would be a great move. You look at the success that they had when they were there before. And also now, you start looking at the way stadiums are made, you can still impact the community. Right.
Mm-hmm. There's a lot to be heard there. I see kind of makes sense.
And so I grew up, here and have done both. So I remember going to RFK for things. I saw my first Michael Jackson concert at RFK.
And that's a good point because that stadium houses so many concerts. So whatever they do is a big moneymaker for the area, which then makes me think, let's bring it to Maryland for us.
Right, because where it is now, FedEx Field, right down the street from where then I grew up. So, but I mean, either or, just so long as it's not Virginia. I'm good.
Agreed. As a season ticket holder, I agree. Well, we're expecting a round of showers and thunderstorms in our region. Just ahead, how cold it will get.
And buff up your muscles and your mind. This morning after the break, what you need to do to improve your mental and physical health. 9:44, you're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
boost your body and your mental health by working out. May is Mental Health Month awareness, and we know physical activity is actually proven to help increase mental well-being. We have personal training director from Brick Bodies, Jen Wall, joining us with some moves that can help us find that relaxation part of it.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
So May is Mental Health Awareness Month. So just taking that time to really understand that working our physical bodies really, really helps improve our mental health as well.
It's huge. And there's a few easy exercises that we can do to achieve that.
Simple pieces. So I'm all about simple, accessible exercise. So jump rope.
Yep.
I'm going to demonstrate since you have those heels on. So just literally like kind of reliving our childhood.
And it's actually harder than it looks after you keep going for a while.
It looks.
Yep.
So I tell people, so if that gets to be too much, alleviate the frustration, drop the rope, and just use yourself.
Yeah.
So it's a great aerobic exercise that improves the oxygen flow to our brain. So it's awesome.
Okay.
So next up, I'm going to hand you a loop band.
Okay.
So we're going to take that and we're going to put it around our wrists. So these are just great accessible pieces too. I love the loop band. You can pack it when you're going away on vacation, and this little piece of equipment can work your entire body.
Okay.
Today we're going to talk about our upper body. So we're going to do a rotator cuff press out. So your palms are going to be up. You're going to lock those arms at your sides.
Okay.
And you're literally just going to come out and in. So keep those arms locked.
Oh, wow.
Out and in.
I can feel that.
Yes, great. It's great exercise. The second one, we're going to take those hands overhead, and we're going to do a lat pull down, just like when you're at the gym, and you're going to pull it behind your head.
Oh, wow, that's kind of tricky.
And back up. And so for people, I tell people to work within their range of motion. For some people, they can't bring it down that far. You never want to compromise form, so you could just bring it to your head if that's too much.
Yeah.
So just down and up.
And how many should we do?
So you want to aim for about 3 sets to 10 to 12, maybe 12 to 15, really depending on your fitness level.
Okay. And you can do this this is in your house. You could do this every day.
Fantastic. And you literally can work your core, your lower body. I love this piece of equipment.
I like that too. I don't have one of those. Oh, and I see different levels. So this is medium. I thought this was a hard. All right, what's the next one?
So the last thing we're going to talk about is honestly just yourself.
Yeah.
So just getting outside and walking. And really this month, kind of like what we're trying to focus on is just getting outside, taking in that fresh air. It's a beautiful morning today. I went out for a run, so it's a great day.
Oh, you already got your workout in.
I did.
Good for you.
So get out, take in that fresh air, and it's awesome, whatever. So really working your physical self just really improves our mental well-being.
Some great ideas. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
And you don't realize how much the weather really plays a factor in that. Getting outside and running today, she said, was actually like a great experience, Justin. And this is why we're hoping to get over that hump to the nicer weather here.
Yeah, I mean, we had a great weekend, and today is going to be very nice, warm as well. My wife just reported back that she's like, well, got to start running in shorts because she had the pants on, and it was like, nope, it's already warm out there. That's what we're seeing from our Charm City tank shot. Lots of sunshine that's out there. Yes, great day to get out and enjoy some outdoor activities, get some of the movement going. Lower 70s right now. We're on our way to the upper 70s later today with a warmer afternoon ahead and those temperatures staying above average. We are tracking some rain, however, coming in tomorrow, and cooler temperatures. So today is the outdoor day. Tomorrow it's not going to be a complete washout, but there'll just have to be some showers that you're going to have to dodge at certain times. So our HD radar is pretty much all quiet right here at home. Where we're tracking some storms is moving right through parts of Indianapolis, just to the east of St. Louis now into Nashville for the Mid-South. That area of the country could see some more severe weather a little bit later this afternoon. And some of that same system will make its way here by the time we head into Tuesday, and that's going to bring us more of that rain. But Carlos the Crab, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and put a 5 on the Crabcast. I think he's a happy crab today with temperatures that are looking pretty good. Numbers well above average here, already into the mid-70s next hour. We're going to see those upper 70s in that 2 o'clock hour. And if you're doing happy hour on your Monday, well, how about numbers in the mid to upper 70s? Great night for some baseball as the O's are back in town, keeping those temperatures in the low to mid 70s across Carroll and Baltimore counties for your highs, and even up and down the 95 corridor, almost 80 in D.C. today and almost 70 in Ocean City. So down the ocean looking pretty good with numbers in the mid 80s. Roanoke and Richmond, those are the warmest spots in the region. So for today, upper 70s, again, cooler tomorrow with the rain, mainly late tomorrow afternoon into the evening time with some off and on showers through the middle of the day, but drier as we head toward the end of the weekend, approaching Mother's Day weekend.
It is so Baltimore. The Pratt Street Market returns right in the heart of the city every Thursday.
Get out during lunchtime, explore new food options and local vendors. Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark is joining us live with more. Hi, Mark.
What's going on, guys? April and Malik, they got the sauce. They are the royal sauce king and queen. So, Malik, tell us, what's the secret? This food looks amazing.
So what we have for you guys here today is some of our Korean fire chicken tenders. Nice homemade sauce here. We got some sesame seeds sprinkled on top. Got our 1/4-inch cut fries. Our signature miso ranch, which is amazing, by the way. And then got our signature smash burger here. We grind our own meat from scratch. Got our signature toppings on here. Your usual suspects: mustard, ketchup, house-made pickles, mayonnaise, Duke's mayonnaise, by the way.
What?
And then we got a few sauces here for you guys. Some roasted garlic aioli. Like I said, all house-made. Mango tango, which goes really well with our quesadilla. And our namesake royal sauce.
Now, wait a minute, Malik. April, you guys whipped this up for us. I mean, it looks like you guys do a lot of stuff by hand. You told me you did your own pickles.
Yes, we
you
do our own
ground
pickles.
your own beef.
We sure do.
Why?
Just the quality.
That's it.
Yeah.
Said it best.
Quality.
Well, guys, you know how it always works. If I'm doing something, I got to test it out.
Oh, you have to. You have to. Oh, man, get in there.
Come on.
Get in there.
Come on.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Look at that face.
Thursday.
He is in heaven right now. All right.
How is it?
Good job. Well, if you want more information and want that same excitement for your taste buds, go to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Well, we are dry for today, but we have showers possibly tomorrow. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know what to expect for this work week. He's got that exclusive 10-day forecast. 9:53 now on Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Charm City Tanks looking good. Lots of sunshine. Temperatures upper 70s today, mid 60s tomorrow. Cooler with those showers off and on throughout the day. And then looking pretty good the rest of the week, even into Mother's Day weekend. We do keep those numbers in that kind of above average category as we head toward the middle of next week as well.
What was the cooler in air quotes for tomorrow?
64 is definitely cooler. I was trying to make a joke, but yes. But enjoy today while you can.
We'll see you tomorrow.